What's good? What's good? How y'all doing today? Hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, Call of Duty, congratulations on being the first chatter today. What's going on? Fucking Showdown 581. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Exclamation mark Discord for access to the Discord. Where later tonight we're gonna be watching Kamen Rider Gavel, and it's Kamen Rider Gavel and Pretty Cure Idol. So if that's up your alley, or show me your pets. Hey, look, the option's there. The option is there. How's everyone doing today, by the way? Sorry for the tardy. My fault. I was okay, not really sorry. The other day was my dog's birthday. I didn't post pictures or anything like that. I meant to, but I didn't. But the other day was my dog's birthday. Most of the day I was like just, I don't know, hanging out with him. And today I wanted to hang out with him. I didn't go to his favorite. We didn't have enough time to go to his favorite little store to like pick up a birthday cake and stuff like that. But I was able to go today, and I had to we went over there. He had a good time over there. They gave him free treats and whatever. I got back home, baked him a little cake, baked him a little something. We had it wasn't cake. It was like a cake pops. It was like dog cake pops or whatever. Those things are gas apparently. He likes them, and I made him some chicken and rice, and just basically spent the day with my boy. He turned 15. He turned 15, by the way. Yay! Oh my god. He turned 15. He still outpaces me. I could just, you know what? No. We're gonna post pictures. I want to post pictures on my on the Discord, and I don't know, just show them off a little bit. I meant to do that, and I just forgot. I'm sorry. I forget a lot. Where is show off your pets? Yeah. Birthday boy. I posted pictures of him. I posted pictures of him in the Discord if y'all want to see that. Hang on, let me get one. I'm gonna post them. I'm putting it on the Discord. Or not Discord. I'm putting it on the screen. Because that's my little man's. Save image. Cody. Oh, what? It didn't. Okay, hang on. This will do. I love this picture of him. This little guy's name is Cody. He's 15 now. He's 15 today. He turned 15. I'm gonna say, I have an idea. I'm gonna save it as a PNG. For some reason, it only says as JPG, which is I don't know, just about as useless as WebP. All my homies hate WebP, man. It's supposed to be the most accessible image or whatever the fuck or format ever, and then it just isn't. It's for some reason not. I don't know why. I think it's because, if I can remember right, it's because nobody uses WebP. No website uses WebP, so it's oh yeah, well, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work anywhere. Three. Save as PNG. Oh, I need to do this. I need to do this. Yeah. Yeah, that's my little man right there. Yes, sir. That's my little guy. Oh, I have an extra idea. Hang on. Image. Where is it? Where is it? I know I have something like that in here. I know I have something like that in here. God damn it. Where is it at? Where the fuck is it at? Yeah. Yeah. That's my little man. That's my guy right there. All right. I'm gonna shiny hunt. Where's my? Let me get my cable for my 3DS. Give me a second. Oh, excellent news. We're getting a Cody cam. Since let me turn that down. Holy. Since I fixed my webcam, my second webcam, I found my webcam or my HDMI extender. It's pretty long. No, I should be able to follow him. So the thing about Cody is that, like, a lot of times you can, like, you know, he just lays there. A lot of times when he's inside, he just kind of lays there or whatever. He just wants to lay in my vicinity, which is adorable. It's as cute as it sounds, you know. But sometimes we'll stand up and just look at me like how he's doing right now. Hi, boy. I love you. Oh my God, my little man's. But it's like a lot of times he'll just lay down. When he picks a spot, he stays there for a while. So I should be able to, like, follow him around with the webcam. I want to hook it up right now, but I'm afraid for some, I don't know. OBS can be a little fucky wucky. OBS can be pretty fucky wucky when it comes to, like, hooking things up into it and whatever. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's OBS. I don't know what to tell you. Like today, I went to his favorite shop, and they were like, "Yeah, here's like some free snacks, including a frog leg." It was like a fossilized frog leg, and I'm pretty sure he'll like it. But at the same time, it's a frog leg. I didn't know dogs can eat frogs. I didn't know dogs like eating frogs. Okay, I'm here. The shiny Darkrai can appear now. Okay, all right. So by your permission, give it a minute. Also, Pokemon Queen, how you doing today? I'm doing okay. I finished Princess Peach Showtime today. Oh my God, I have that game. I have yet to even unwrap it yet. There's a lot of games that I have that I just haven't played yet. Like, man, not tomorrow, but next week I had to finish Princess Crown. Almost calling me. I don't know what's going on there. Don't, fucking text me. The fuck? It's a very cute game. I like the look of it. It looks nice. That's not it. Okay, we move. Let me find it. Was my game out? Never mind, we good. Oh, we're still back. Yeah, like I have like a few other games that I haven't opened up for my Switch. I know I got like that Zelda game, the one where you play as Zelda. That looks pretty good. I want to play them, but like I think like I want to finish up Princess Crown first. There's a few other Sega games I would like to play too. Like this whole year has been about like, oh, well, let's just play Sega and Sega Saturn games that I have not played yet. Like Sega Genesis and Sega Saturn games, which has been a fun time. But it's like, yeah, I kind of want to play like more current games. Like, I mean, I missed out. I haven't played a bunch of like Steam games that came out recently. That sucks. But you know, I gotta play through my backlog that's been like here for before I was even born. So I guess I guess that happens. You know, I guess I have to do that. What? Yeah, my job hasn't been going well, so I've been going through my backlog and making Deltarune videos. You making Deltarune videos? Dude, have you played chapters 3 and 4? I have to know this. Have you played chapters 3 and 4 yet? Yeah. Oh my god. Peak gaming. I'm on an opinion that like I think Toby Fox should win Game of the Year. Deltarune should win Game of the Year as long as another chapter that comes out. Whenever another chapter comes out, the Game of the Year has to be there. I'm sorry, Donkey Kong Bonanza and Expedition 33. Maybe if it was Expedition 34, you would have won out. But Deltarune Chapter 5 came out, so you know, better luck try better next time. I don't know, try harder next time. I'm so obsessed with Deltarune at the moment. I've thought about it every single day. One of my running theories is that like the conniving shit that like Chris is doing that seems to be betraying their friends is only like to not save the world. They're only doing it to save Rouse because they know the prophecy is that like Rouse has to die. It seems so like obvious that like, you know, from like how much Rouse does not care about themselves and how much they love Rouse. Rouse's like, oh no, I don't want you to like, you know, trouble yourself over the troubles of like darkness. I want you to just have a good time and that's it, you know. So if I could take the blows, I'm gonna tank the blows. He does not care about himself. So when he finds out, he knows all about the prophecy, the thick and thin of it, the everything about it, and he knows that he's about to die from it. The vibes just feels like the thing is like saying, hey, for everything to be all right, the goat boy has to die. The vibes, I don't know, because everybody cares about Rouse, and Rouse doesn't want them to care about him like that. So maybe, I don't know, the knight like recruited Chris to like do some conniving ass shit, because hey, if the world is saved, your little friend is going to die. That's my theory. That is just my theory. That is my theory. I'm gonna stick by that one. So it might seem Chris is like being evil or whatever the fuck. He just they're being evil. They just want to save their friend. That's all. They just want to save their friend. A game theory. I hate that you said that. I really hate that you said that. They just want to save their friend. That's all. I just love the how like Susie is like, I know about the prophecy. I don't care. I'm gonna force my own path. Rouse is like, I know about the prophecy. I'm gonna go with it. Chris is like, and it feels like Chris is like the Anakin Skywalker. I know about the prophecy, and well, shit. I guess I have to not do that. I guess. I guess I can't. I guess the world can't be saved. That's my theory. That's just how I feel. World can't get saved because I'm gonna lose my mans. I'm gonna lose my mans. I can't do that. I think they're doing it to save Des from whatever happened to her. I can't remember. Like, was there any dialogue about Des? Because the only dialogue I know about Des is like, hey, just she exists. I probably skipped over that part. Maybe I like didn't go through that route or whatever the fuck. Cause there's a lot of things in Deltarune I did not do. I didn't do the weird route with Noelle. I saw that like, hey, this is gonna hurt her. I'm not doing that. I didn't do the weird route when it came to the video game in chapter 3. Oh no. I rocked fucking the knight's ass. I rocked his fucking jaw, but I didn't get the shadow mantle. I didn't get it. I don't care about that. I saw the kind of shit that you got to do to get it. It's a video game inside of a video game. I guess it doesn't matter. But the vibes were not immaculate. The vibes were in shambles, bro. I couldn't do it. The shit that you had to do in that video game inside of a video game, I was like, nah, the vibes are off, man. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. So I just decided to beat him without a shadow mantle. She went missing, and it's hinted that Asgore lost his job of police chief because of it. He was a police chief. When did I missed all that? What the I missed all that. What route was this? Is this a weird route that I didn't take, or is it like a house that I forgot to walk inside of? Yeah, the video game bit is cool, but like you said, the vibes are off, so I'm gonna do it without the shadow mantle at some point. Yeah, I did it without the shadow mantle. Nah, fuck all that. Like I'm not gonna lie when I say this. Even if the shadow mantle was the best thing to do, and the vibes are gonna be so immaculate if you did it, oh my god, I probably still wouldn't have got it. I ain't gonna lie. Like I ain't gonna lie when I say this, man. I got to the fucking final boss of chapter 3, and the game just kept telling me, like, I tried to fight him again, and the game told me like, nah, man, that's not enough. You're not ready. You need to get something, you know. And I read that like, oh, you think I'm pussy? Oh, that's crazy. Oh no, locked in, just locked in for a few hours. Nah, game called me a bum. Game called me a scaredy cat. I ain't like that too much. I did not like that too much. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I think one of the notice boards in the police station says that about Asgore and Des going missing. Asgore and Des going missing. I need to read back on that. I need screenshots. I need to read back up on that. That's maybe me being me, and then having Susie in my vicinity just told me do not go inside that police station. So whatever information is inside that police station, I do not know. That's not for me to understand. I'm sorry. Honestly, one of my favorite video game moments on stream was just me beating the knight, which is Darkrai. The knight is it's just Darkrai. The fuck am I looking at? You know what I'm saying? The fuck are we looking at? It's Darkrai. Just beating him without the shadow mantle. I don't know, man. For some reason, like the demons start taking over, man. Like I know that I'm underleveled and I can't beat him at the moment, and for some reason the demons just start taking over. I saw that, like, I looked at the health points this nigga had, 10,000. I looked at the amount of damage I was doing per turn, 20. 10. 20. 31. And for some reason, my brain was just like, nah, fuck all that shit. Lock in. Just don't get hit. Just don't get hit. You saw, like, I don't know, there's a video of someone trying to fight against the tree mantle, the tree sentinel in Elden Ring. And like the nigga lost, right? They hit like one time, put some damage on him, but I mean like got hit like 2 times and died, right? And it's like the guy's like, oh yeah, nah, like, all right, I guess I'll just return back later because this guy's a little too strong for me. I'm under level. And then a painting of a skeleton is like grabbing him by the throat. You sick fool! You saw as I did. that motherfucker took damage. And if it can bleed, it can die. And the guy's like, but I'm on the love with him. You mateless bitch ass nigga. Just gets good. And that demon lives inside of my head. I can't get him out. So even if, like, I don't know, like, hey, getting the Shadow Mantle means that you, like, fucking saved the Prince Charming or whatever the hell, that was not happening. I'm sorry. I had to show him what was up. That's it. I had to put my boot in. I had to put boot to ass. Somewhere along the line, I had to do it. Like I'm thinking it's me personally, instead of Des, I'm thinking it's Rouse because that's more relevant to the current story. In my personal opinion, that's it. It's just more relevant to the current story. But it will be nice in chapter 5 when we got a little information on Des. That'd be cool. That'd be sick and nasty. I would love that. I was just thinking about putting a picture of Harper and Rayon on my stream, just like Cody, and just pet them. Like if they come through, yeah, sure, why not? I think it'd be funny, but maybe not. The vibes aren't right for it. The vibes just ain't right. I do love how like a lot of there's this one person who like beats the knight without the Shadow Mantle, and they're doing it every day until chapter 5 releases. So now they're on challenge runs where it's like they don't use the Rude Buster. They'll do it I think they're on like one of the challenge runs, they're doing it like twice the speed, which is insane. Gamers, Hardcore Master Girl, what's good? Okay, Hardcore Magical Girl and Pokemon Queen are here. Now the shiny can appear. See, now the shiny can appear, you know? Now, Hardcore Magical Girl, how you doing today? Yeah, Darkrai was waiting for us to show up. Tomorrow, by the way, I meant to mention this. Tomorrow we are getting the Spelunky 2 video. I meant to say it, but like I uploaded the wrong one, and my my newest editor was talking about some like, I'm gonna show it to you when I get back home in a week. So that was my bad, but like new video tomorrow, new video on the YouTube, yay. Good, spent the night at a friend's playing video games and chilling. I'm so happy to hear that, fuck yes. Dude, one of my coworkers, speaking of video games, one of my coworkers, I found out we both play Guilty Gear Strive, and we're both chefs, right? We're talking on the line, like cooking, cleaning, and shit like that. We're talking like, oh shit, this guy's just like me. Fuck. That's pretty much the vibe I got from him. Same sense of humor, same like things that we're into. I mean, like I'm just understanding like, oh, we in Guilty Gear, Super Smash Brothers, and we like the same memes. Oh no, this is not great. Oh, do you have ADHD? Oh, you have ADHD. Fuck. Oh my god, no. Really nice person. I really like him. You know. Like back to back in every single conversation we had that throughout the day, throughout like ever since that, we passed each other's vibe checks. That was shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen at work, but okay, all right. Oh, Hardcore Master Girl, my coworker, who I'm going to be playing with, I'm going to be playing like Friday. They also play Testament. Yo, right? I was thinking about watching this one video like later. It's like, how good was Snorlax actually? From False Wipes Gaming. It's an hour long. Snorlax was a very good Pokemon. Snorlax is a good Pokemon. Like it's one thing I love is whenever a Pokemon is like just stays good. They just stay good. Gen 1 to 9. It's like, god fucking damn it, why are you this fucking good? Did you tell them about the emote I commissioned? Yes. I told them about, yeah, I did actually talk to him about you, Hardcore Master Girl. I was like, yeah, I know one person who's an absolute degen for Testament. They'll bring in, she'll bring in like a fucking body pillow of Testament to fighting game tournaments, and yeah, she's great. Just gonna say it, she's fucking great. So, he already fucks with you, just gonna say it. The chefs fuck a Hardcore Magical Girl. Not singular, nah, plural. Yeah. I remember we was saucing it up in the kitchen one day, and we saw like we saw like one guy who was he's a wait staff member, right? and we said like, oh, he's cute. Yeah, cause you know, all right, yeah, he's cute. Yeah, and he just piped up and was like, yeah, I can sense he's the bottom. I was like, yeah, yes, sir. And we just dapped up. Nah, the guy's cool, man. The guy's cool. We both got bottom radars. That's so awesome of us. That's so good of us. We're doing the world a favor. We're really not. We're really not. We are absolutely not doing that world a favor. Just gonna be honest. It is funny though. It is funny every single time. Every time. I love it when I call a bottom and they never go, how did you know? It's like, nah, it's just shut up. Shut the hell up. Like, they'll just tell me to shut up and it's like, yep. That's bottom for how did you know? I remember like day fucking, I don't want to say day one because that sounds mean. But it may or may not have been day one of meeting Rayon. I was just like, hey, fucking bot. I called him a bottom and he just goes, shut the hell up. And I was like, yep, fucking. I do it out of love. You have to understand, I do it out of love, admiration, respect. A little disrespect, just a smidge of disrespect. Dude, I was playing Uma Musume, and it's like, I'm thinking about, because all my friends are into it. I was just thinking like, dude, what if I got like a bunch of them and we just like did a race? We just raced. But I don't know how long that stream will last. And the one thing I'm finding out about Uma Musume is that, or gacha games in general, is that they are way more complicated. Like, I feel like I felt like I had a good grasp on them because I played TCG Pocket. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, all right, whatever. I can understand this. Whatever. I'm just training a fucking horse. There's a lot of text in that game. I can't understand it. There's a lot of text in that game and I want to understand it. Give me a minute. I want to, so I'm going to. But it's like, god damn, that's a lot of text, brother. What the fuck? Like, I don't know. Maybe I put too much like stock into me being like a TCG Pocket player where I'm like, yeah, I can understand it, whatever. Without realizing that TCG Pocket is about as much of a gacha game as Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Or like any, like, what do you call it? Any fucking arena fighter is a fighting game, you know? Like, oh yeah, I'm really good at like fucking Arena Fighter X or whatever the hell with anime character. Okay, cool. Play Street Fighter 6 with me, and then you're just dog shit at it. That's what it feels like to me, you know? There's a lot of text in that game, Uma Musume. But I mean, it's so funny. It's so funny. I love that game so much. I want to donate food to the retired horses, especially Haru Uma Odara. I would love to. I want to do a stream like that. I want to do a stream where it's like we raise money for Haru Urara. You know what I'm saying? When we train, okay, here's the stream idea. I just came up with this. Oh my god, off the top of the dome. What if we stream Uma Musume and we play as we train Haru, right? The entire time we train Haru, we get first place. That is our first place little girl. That is our child. That is our adoptive kid. We train her, she gets first place, and while we train her, we raise money for the actual in real life horse to get more food. Honestly, baller idea. I'm just gonna say it, phenomenal idea. What if I do $5 doodles, but it's like doodles of like Haru? Like, hey, what is Haru gonna do today? Eat burger? Oh yeah, I can do that. All right. Is she gonna jump over a rope? She's playing jump rope? We can do that. Yeah. It has to be something nice, you know what I'm saying? Let's not have her like, oh, she's like, I don't know, Okay, maybe murder. Maybe murdering someone would be kind of funny. Maybe that's kind of gas. I don't know. Maybe we could do that. Perhaps. But maybe not. I don't know. Like, I was thinking about doing something like that for Gold Ship, but Gold Ship is living a good life, man. Like, Gold Ship is like peak form in retirement, just being taken care of. So I don't think, I think giving like hay to, food or whatever to Gold Ship is like, why are we doing this? Just gonna be honest, I think I'm all right. I think I will. I think I want to, just out of pure respect. I just love how the jockey of Gold Ship was talking about some like, yeah, I play Umu Musume. Yeah, Gold Ship in the game, not crazy enough. Not insane enough. I just love how the nigga was like, yeah, I actually want you to make this character so hard to train, so they could like, people could understand what it was like to be with this absolute fucking terrorist. Yeah, I'm gonna put lotion. I'm gonna put lotion on. I need lotion. All right, we move. Got it? Okay, bet. We move. I'm honestly thinking, what if we watched how great was Snorlax? Actually, a history of Snorlax in competitive Pokemon by False Swipes Gaming. Ooh, and there's a video that's like fixing Pokemon's.
There are many.
Okay, fixing Pokemon's most useless moves. Yeah, no, I'm down. No, we're gonna start with fixing Pokemon's most useless moves. It's a 60-minute video by Whoop. I want everyone, if y'all don't mind, maybe drop a like, maybe drop a sub to this person, because we're gonna watch the video. We're gonna hang on. Where's the fucking? Okay, hang on. First off, hold. Is this it? Is this it? 5 gifted for chat if it is. 5 to get it right now. 5 gifted. 5 gifties. Okay, all right. Well, you know, honestly, would have been cool. Would have been cool. Would have been cool. Anyways, there we go. All right. This is a video called "Fixing Pokemon's Most Useless Moves" by Whoop. Here is the video channel, or the video right itself. Maybe drop a like. Maybe drop a sub. If you like the video, I honestly would like recommend it. They go into more. This person goes into like very obscure Pokemon knowledge, like incredibly obscure Pokemon knowledge that a lot of people, including me, would not find out about. I do not know about. Fucking 3, 2, 1. Let's watch video.
Ways to describe my channel. There are many ways to describe my channel. The super happy whooper guy. The monotone guy that sounds like AI. The guy that makes unnecessarily overdramatic videos about Pokemon. You can keep going on in the comments. One that may have popped up in your head, however, is the forgotten.
I just go like, you know, obscure Pokemon video person. I think I've said that, right? I think I just said that.
Move guy. I made quite a few, maybe a few too many, videos discussing forgotten moves and why they're so rarely seen or used. One reason that popped up a ton was the fact that many are incredibly impractical to use, whether that be due to having a poor distribution, like Fire Lash, or just being terrible in general, like Razorwind. However, surprisingly, what I've rarely ever done is try to dip my toes and buff these moves to become more enticing for a playthrough or competitively. I did it once over a year ago, but that was it. So I thought it would be pretty fun to do that again for a few more moves. If you want to see more stuff like this, make sure to subscribe. It helps out a ton. With that being said, let's jump into the dusty box of Pokemon's most useless moves.
I'm just gonna say it. Close combat. I think close combat is a useless move. Maybe they should buff it. If they buff close combat to do 1 billion damage instead of just 200 billion damage, maybe I will use it. Maybe I will use it.
Let's start this video off with an infamous example of a useless move that sounds really cool, smelling salts. Despite being introduced all the way back in Gen 3, there's a high chance you've never seen this move.
Oh no, I've seen it. I just never used it. What do you mean my move wakes you up? The fuck do I want that for? Excuse me? Stay asleep. If it's my partner Pokemon, what do you mean I gotta hit him to wake him up? With my attacking monster. If it's the opponent's Pokemon, why do I want to wake him up? That's stupid. I mean, oh, wait. I just thought about something. What if I hit him and then my sleeping monster puts him to sleep? And then we just keep doing that and they never get a turn. Nah, but then it's like you could just kill him, or if you're going to double team someone, you might as well just knock him out or whatever.
The main reason for this is because it's exclusive to the Hariyama line, who aren't exactly the most popular Pokemon. However, the second reason is because it's just not good at all. Right now, it's a 70 base power normal type move that deals double damage
Oh, what's a normal type move? I thought it was fighting. Excuse me?
to a paralyzed opponent. The thing is, it then cures the opponent, meaning that you have to paralyze the opponent again if you want to deal decent damage
Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was it wakes up your sleeping opponent. That's how obscure this move is. I don't know about it apparently.
with it. I don't understand why you'd ever want to use this over Facade, which synergizes with Hariyama's Guts. Even worse, in the entire series, the only two ways Hariyama has ever been able to paralyze an opponent by itself is by getting lucky with Thunder Punch or Body Slam, two moves that require a move tutor, so good luck getting that mediocre effect in the first place. Let's start with the obvious, make it a fighting type move. In the Gen 3 games, it's stuck with Arm Thrust and Vital Throw
That's how I feel playing Radical Red. Yeah.
for, well, basically the entire game unless you teach it Brick Break. If Smelling Salts is going to be Hariyama's exclusive move, you might as well actually make it something
I've never heard of these moves. Yes, smelling salt. No, you really never heard of that? Never heard of smelling salt? No, it was a dog shit move, and I'm surprised it was never a fighting type move.
meaningful. Next, I'm gonna lower its base power to 65, but making it deal double damage to paralyzed foes, while not curing them. Basically, it's a fighting type Venoshock, instead of a normal type Wake Up Slap. Sure, you're probably still going to just want to use something like Close Combat in the long run, but now, Smelling Salts will at least be a worthwhile, and potentially niche, attack to use in the mid-
It could be nice because it's like, damn, you could just have one Pokemon just going out paralyzing every single monster that doesn't have Limber and is an electric type. You know, and then all of a sudden the cleanup job could be this Pokemon. This Pokemon could just be a part of the cleanup job. Like, yeah, they're not fast or anything like that, but it's like every other Pokemon's paralyzed. You're gonna be faster. Go nuts. And also teach it like maybe Earthquake for the electric types. Maybe a rock type move for like the Zapdos or whatever. Imagine Palmon having it. That could be nice. That could be nice. But I mean, like, you'd have to like paralyze with Palmon and then attack using Smelling Salt, which is like, okay, this is not great. You just use close combat because I mean, if they don't get fully paralyzed, if you don't get the paralysis proc, they get to hit you as a Palmon. You're gonna die. Like maybe have a Pokemon with Prankster and another Pokemon was just like who just paralyzes with that, so they could paralyze dark types or whatever. And their thing is like, I'm going to either take out your electric type or just paralyze you. And then all of a sudden, Hariyama comes in. Smelling salt. Smell the salt. Smell my salt. Oh, you want to smell my salt?
mid-game. One whose existence will actually be remembered by players. Ground moves are pretty interesting. It's commonly seen as one of the best offensive types in the game, hitting important types such as fire and electric, as well as generally being a common coverage type for most Pokemon. However, if you really think about it, your consistently good options are mostly limited to just Earthquake and Earth Power.
Oh, hang on. Give me a second. I just sneeze. Sorry about that. Alright, we move.
with the occasional high horsepower coming into play for some horse Pokemon. The reason for this is because most other ground-type moves are either learned by too few Pokemon, or are way worse than these two moves. Stuff like Mud Bomb and Dig are usable, but not great or useful in the grand scheme of things. But there's a move I'd like to talk about today that Game Freak seems to have disowned: Bone Rush. It's another 2
Bone
to
Rush.
5 multi-hit move, just like Spy Cannon, Rock Blast, and Bullet Seed. The problem is, it's learned by an astounding 5 Pokemon. So with that said, the first thing I do is to give it to more Pokemon. Specifically, more dog Pokemon, like Lillipup, Growlithe, Yamper, and maybe even Eevee, if you count it as a dog. I also think that changing it into a ground-type Quick Attack, something that we currently don't have, while a lot weaker, would be a bit more flavorful and have a useful purpose. It could also have a 10% chance to lower the opponent's physical defense as a small perk. Imagine the dogs swiftly charging at the enemy with a rock-hard bone. That'd probably hurt. I don't think it'd be all that crazy, but seeing as Pokemon like Eevee, Yamper, and Lillipup don't have much ground coverage in the first place, it would be a nifty little utility option that could also act as early game coverage.
I could agree with that. I think that'd be pretty sick. I think that'd be pretty nice. How I wish they would have described like how bad Bone Rush was, but like, or what makes it obscure, because I can't remember exactly what are the stats of Bone Rush. Like, I if I can remember, it has like okay-ish accuracy, which that's not good.
Ariados is a funny Pokemon. It's a threatening-looking spider that has almost zero battling presence. In fact, up until Gen 4, its best Sab level-up moves were Leech Life and Poison Sting. Pretty incredible options. However, over the years, it's received some neat additions to help it stand out, such as actual attacks, and fascinatingly, 2 signature moves. The first is the pretty terrible Spider Web, which was eventually given to more spider Pokemon, but the second signature move randomly came over 15 years later: Toxic Thread. Being learned at the ripe old level 59, you'd think that it's supposed to be something powerful, but upon seeing its move description, perhaps Game Freak actually just loves.
The user shoots poisonous threads to poison the target and lowers the target's speed stat. Does it badly poison him?
To taunt this poor, innocent little spider. All Toxic Thread does is poison the opponent and lower their speed stat. If you want to poison the opponent, why not just use Toxic? If you want to lower speed, well, why are you using Ariados? How about instead, we bundle these two effects in a nice little 2-in-1 package? Instead, why not make Toxic Thread its own entry hazard? Toxic Thread could apply Toxic to the opponent, but also set up a Toxic Web with the excess silk that landed on the ground. This web applies regular poison and lower speed to grounded Pokemon without heavy-duty boots. Poison types are immune to both of the web's effects, removing the poison but not the web itself, instead just turning it into a normal sticky web. Of course, using Defog or Rapid Spin will completely remove the Toxic Web. This sounds pretty overpowered at first, and maybe it is, but personally, come on, it's Ariados we're talking about here, who not only needs all the help it can get, but if it's gonna have 2 signature moves, you might as well have one of them be useful. I think after a miserable 25 years of being unimpressive, this little guy deserves just a bit of tender love. Psychic-type moves are already pretty weird, with stuff like Power Swap and Trick Room completely shifting the dynamics of the battle, and others just being weird experiments like Synchronoise and Psywave. This move is one such experiment, one that completely falls flat on its face. Let's take a look at a move so gimmicky yet so useless and sparsely distributed that you probably have never even heard of it: Miracle Eye. Possibly the least known Psychic-type move of all time.
Yeah, I forgot the Miracle Eye exists.
Miracle Eye removes any evasion boosts from the enemy, and if the opponent is Dark-type, it also loses its immunity to Psychic-type attacks. But let's think for a bit here. it only resets the opponent's evasion, not your accuracy. So it's not even like it makes you always hit. And looking at the Pokemon that can learn it, it's made even less useful because most of the few Pokemon that can learn it can just use a fighting move like Focus Blast or Hammer Arm to take down a Dark type. Or better yet, why not just switch into a fighting type? On paper, Miracle sounds like it has some applications, but really, it's just one of those moves that make you wonder, who in the world would ever want to waste a move slot on this? So how could Miracle actually be made into a solid choice? Well, we can imagine the attack as being some sort of eye-opening sorcery that allows psychic moves to hit dark types, essentially illuminating the evil and mystery that shroud them. How about instead of only doing that, we make it into an actual attack? Along with being learned at a later level, it can be a 70 base power special attacking psychic attack that, instead of being ineffective against dark types, deals 50% extra damage to them, kind of like Freeze Dry. It also has a 20% chance to paralyze the opponent. Combined with Stab, I could see Miracle Eye being an incredibly threatening move on the few psychic types that learn it, being a way to circumvent the one type that has dragged Psychic down for over 20 years. Perhaps these changes will make players open up their eyes just a bit and consider teaching Miracle Eye, rather than blindly pressing Don't Learn, never to be seen again. Heading towards the bottom of the bin, these final 3 moves are some of the most useless ever created in Pokemon. Unsurprisingly, 2 of them are Gen 1 moves, and Normal type at that, because Game Freak loved making everything Normal type in Gen 1 for some reason. The first is Skull Bash. This is a move that I didn't know existed for quite a while.
Oh yeah, Skull Bash. I can remember right, like the first turn of Skull Bash, your defense goes up and then you ram into him. I can't remember how much damage it does, but you get a defense boost.
Doubt about it. The only thing I could think was, sheesh, that's a total waste of a move slot. That 130 base power looks excellent at first, but of course, you need to wait 2 turns for it to actually hit. In modern games, it has the added benefit of raising your defense on the first turn. Yes, prior to Fire Red and Leaf Green, you were literally just a sitting duck. I mean, either way, you're probably going to be dead before you can attack. Let's modernize Skull Bash a bit. Firstly, the typing. In what way is this a normal attack? I mean, I guess it's just an all-out physical attack with no magic involved, but if you're going to bash your skull into the enemy, you better hope it's as tough as steel, or you're going to be dead. Now, as for the move's effect, well, I'm going to rework it a bit. Instead of being a 130 power, 100% accurate move, it's going to go down to 80 power and 90% accuracy. Next, what I want to do with Skull Bash is to make the shell tucking part go immediately first, kind of like Focus Punch. You gain 1 stage of defense immediately upon choosing the move, and then you attack depending on if you're slower or faster. The catch is, Skull Bash will now deal damage based on your defense stat, which I think makes sense given that the harder your skull is, the more damage can probably be generated. If the move misses, however, you lose 2 stages of defense instead. It's kind of a high-risk, high-reward move, but I could see it having some niche use when paired with Body Press since it gives an immediate defense boost. Perhaps it could give some Pokemon some small use for once. But maybe I'm dreaming too much. What's true though, is that this new Skull Bash will at least be way better than what we have right now. Okay, you're probably going to be very confused as to why this isn't the final move mentioned, but hear me out. Let's talk about Constrict, arguably the worst attack in the entire series, worse than Tackle, worse than Wrap, worse than Synchronoise. Well, I don't know about that one. Constrict is infamous for being horrifically garbage for no reason, other than being learned at a low level. It's got 10 base power and an incredible 10% chance to lower the opponent's speed, which, believe it or not, was actually a nerf from the 33% chance it had in
Ass!
Gen 1. Also, to call it an early game move is a stretch when most of the Pokemon that learn it aren't even found until the mid-game. So you're basically never going to be using this move. What purpose does it serve? Well, here's what Constrict could do to be a tiny bit useful. Firstly, every Pokemon that can learn Wrap or Bind should be able to also learn Constrict.
Oh, let me turn my
It's
oven
a
on.
really specific change
I'll be
and
back,
doesn't
hang on.
sound like it's gonna do anything, but I've always found it weird how not every Pokemon that can learn Wrap or Bind can learn Constrict, when they're basically the exact same movement. Secondly though, the move description states that the opponent is attacked with long, creeping tentacles or vines. Kinda makes me feel like it should be something other than normal type, like maybe grass. Other speed control moves like Rock Tomb and Icy Wind have much higher power and are guaranteed to drop speed, but they're usually obtained at a bit of a higher level than Constrict, so instead, how about making it a 40 base power move with 10 PP that always drops speed by one stage? This would give Pokemon like Tentacool and Spinarak some good early game grass coverage, and could actually provide some value with that guaranteed speed drop. At least, it'll be
Guaranteed speed drop? I could see that being used in doubles a lot. You know, just for speed control.
light years better, and have more of a name for itself than simply Pokemon's biggest joke. For the last move of this video, I thought it would be perfectly fitting to talk about the very last move I ever talked about in the original Forgotten Move series, Synchronoise. Looking at its stats on Bulbapedia, they look amazing. Why isn't anybody using this incredible psychic move? Well, that 120 base power is a bit deceptive, because this move only works if the opponent shares a type with the user. Of course, being a psychic type move, most Pokemon that can learn this move are psychic types, and even in the rare event that you do deal neutral damage, why keep this incredibly situational move when you can just use Psychic instead and actually hit things? Funnily, in Gen 5, when it was introduced, it was even worse, being only a 70 base power move, effectively being 35 power in many situations. This is just the epitome of self-defeating. We need to do something about this. To make Synchronoise actually not be detrimental while still retaining its design philosophy, how about this? If the Pokemon shares any type with you, you deal super effective damage. If it doesn't, you deal resisted damage. It also works on Dark
That's so
types,
good.
letting Umbreon finally get to use this move, and effectively at that. I think this move could be given to more Pokemon as well, like more Psychic types and Sound-based Pokemon. To balance it out a bit, it could be lowered to 100 base power, still stronger than Psychic, but with the drawback of it being specific to your types only. Yeah, it's still incredibly gimmicky, and Psychic will absolutely be the more preferred option, but it'll at least somewhat pull Synchronoise out of the pitiless pit that it's been stuck in for its entire existence. I don't think it's too much to ask for Game Freak to just rework old moves instead of dumping them into the landfill. One that, as time goes on, will only continue to grow as the endless, insane cycle of brushing the old underneath the rug keeps trudging on, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Good video. Good video. Needs a better ending though. Oh, we didn't get that? Alright, well, that's a reset. Alright, well. Alright. So fucking I already put the link of it in chat, but I'll put it again just in case. Cause I don't know. I like obscure information about my favorite little things. What can I tell you? Fucking. Ooh. I do want to watch another one later. It's How Great Was Snorlax actually. I like Snorlax. I said we watch it. All right, this is it. 5 get for chat. One of these days I'm gonna get that. One of these days. The only time I got a shiny when I was just like, hold up, wait a minute, and I kind of predicted it, was shiny Combi. I was like, hold up, wait a minute, this could be it. This could be it. And then I got it. You know, that was the only time that I somewhat kind of predicted it. Not really a prediction, just like, oh, hold up, this could be it. This could, yeah, oh, shit, it's actually it. Oh my god. And then I died. And then I fucking died. And I got some business to take care of with my oven. I gotta go show him who's boss, you know what I'm saying? I'm back. My phone died, but I'm back now. Oh, dang. All right. I'm glad to see you're back. Hell yeah. Welcome back. So I was having a conversation with like the one of the clerks at the dog shop my like pet shop my dog likes to go to, and we were just so ecstatic to see that like the return to form of Superman. You know, like hey, they just have a movie where he's like just a good man and that's it. And you know what? We fucks with that. We fucks with the vibe, bro. And I'm gonna be honest when I say this, man. Look, if any one of y'all can find like a streaming site where I could buy the video, where I could buy the movie and watch it in Discord, I'll do it. I'll do it. I've been looking. I couldn't find one. Like I'm pretty sure. Like I went to the first page of Google, couldn't find it. Second page, we don't go to the second page. No, that's because it's like, especially at this point in the movie's lifespan, we're only if we find like any type of bootleg, it's gonna be like, oh, here's like fucking some guy eating popcorn and walking in the way of the camera. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, I want to pay. I want to actually actively pay. Put money here. Money. Take my money. Here you go. I will give me money. Give me movie now. I want movie. I want to actively do that. You know, because I want to watch it, but I want to watch it with like my Discord. You know, I would love to. I would love to watch it with my Discord. Oh my fucking god! I at least want to show like, hey, maybe make more of this. Here's money. Make more of this, please. I want to do that, but I can't find the correct website to like. I've heard it's really good. Yeah. I hear this is gas, bro. I hear that shit is gas, man. And it's like, I want to watch it. One thing I heard about the movie is that apparently they don't waste your time trying to explain why this character exists. They're like, hey, you are in the DC universe. This is just how things are doing. We're just rocking with it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, why is Crypto here? Hey, why is Green Lantern? What the fuck is the Green Lantern? Why does that lady have wings with a mace? who fucking cares? You're in the DC universe. Have fun. Just expel your levels of disbelief and go nuts. Just whatever. We're not explaining shit. And honestly, I love that because so many superhero movies, I know like, the Suicide Squad movies do this a lot, where it's like, oh yeah, we're just going to waste your fucking time trying to explain why this character exists. And it's like, I'm in the DC universe. I don't care. They try and explain it to like the niggas who like don't know anything about comic books. And it's like, yeah, I whatever. Like, the guy can fly and has super strength. That's all I need to know. Okay, cool. All right, bet. Yeah, I think everyone knows who they are by now. Yeah, it's that, but I mean, like, it's also like you don't have to explain shit, especially when you have like multiple characters. Like people know them by now. I mean, like Guy Gardner Green Lanterns in general, I feel like you should know, but like Hawkgirl today, I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Mr. Wonderful. Mr. Wonderful, I don't think anybody knows. I barely know him, I only know him through like that one. There's Justice League Unlimited. He's the guy who like would say, hey, you go here, go fucking nuts, I guess. I don't know. He would distribute the superheroes so like they could go to like a good spot. Like, hey, we need someone for power and strength. Okay. All right, but we need detectives. Okay, you go over here. But it's like for the most part, I don't think a lot of people know Mr. Wonderful. But you don't have to explain them to me. You don't have to think I'm dumb. I'm not stupid. I could tell, okay, the nigga's a superhero. All right, that's all I need to know. The movies don't treat you, they don't hold your hand. They're just like, hey, they just put you in DC Universe. There you are. The guy can fly, apparently. Okay, cool. All right, bet. That's all we need to know. And that's the one thing I love about the movie. And I just can't wait to watch it. But I want to watch it on my Discord. I think that'd be gas. That'd be cool as hell. I want to watch it without any complications because I don't know if I can I don't want to find a dog sitter just so I can watch a movie. And I don't know if I'm pretty sure they're going to be cool with dogs just like sitting there just watching a movie with me. But at the same time, I ain't trying to test that shit. I ain't trying to test it. I'm really not, for real. But if I can, oh my God, if I could find a way to buy the movie and watch it whenever I want at the house before DVDs or anything like that, just download it. All I want to do is download it. Like if I download it, then I won't have to worry about like a streaming service. You know what I'm saying? Because streaming services are fine and all. It's like they work when they want to, I guess. But it's like, then it's like the park is really good. Oh my God, we're popping off. Let's go Superman. Oh, and then it starts buffering. Oh, hell no. Oh, we having problems. I'm crashing out at that point. I pay for buffer. Oh no, I'm crashing out if I pay for buffer. It was crazy how they did use so many obscure DC characters, right? Like Mr. Wonderful, I think is pretty obscure. I think nowadays, Hawkgirl is pretty obscure. Nowadays, not the most obscure character, because I mean, like Justice League Unlimited wasn't that long ago, but I mean, like just to the average person, Guy Gardner. Why the fuck they got Guy Gardner in that bitch? The one thing I hate about the show is that about the movie is that okay, so Ultraman is Superman's biggest op, but he's like the exact opposite of Superman. Ultraman is like Homelander, right? And it's us because like Ultraman, to me, whenever I hear Ultraman, I'm like, oh yeah, right, Giant Man, yeah, he's really cool. I think of Japanese superhero who could turn like into an actual giant to fight giant monsters. I don't think of like evil Superman, I'm so happy that we have a movie with Crypto in it, though. Crypto the dog wonder, dude. That's so cool. I love that so much. And apparently they don't waste time trying to explain what Crypto is or whatever the hell, where they came from. Nah, just Kryptonian. That's a Kryptonian dog. That is just a Kryptonian dog. That's it. That is the best boy ever. That's not it. Oh. Dude, I was one book I want to get into is the Absolute series. Speaking of Superman, I want to get into the Absolute series. Absolute Batman, Absolute Superman, Absolute Wonder Woman. Oh god, that sounds so cool. It sounds so cool, man. Like the Absolute series was born out of like Superman, like one of the main content. It was like I think it was the main continuity. I can't remember which continuity it was. I don't know. Comic books, whatever. He ends up killing Darkrai, right? And Darkrai, because he's a new god, he doesn't like go to heaven or hell or some shit like that. He just like becomes, he creates a universe through his death. And he sees that like Superman is able to prosper because like, hey, look, he came from a universe that like is born of hope. But like, hey, let me see what happens if I create a universe that's born of despair, you know? So instead of like all these heroes like getting these big ass advantages, like Batman having money, Wonder Woman being born on like a paradise, a warrior's paradise or whatever, and Superman having the Kents, they don't have that anymore, you know? And it's very interesting. I love it. Like Wonder Woman's born, like she was born in like on the paradise, but now she's in hell. I think she was born in hell. I can't remember, but she's an Amazonian. But it's like Amazonians are like, you know, that's a slur. You can't say Amazonian. Don't say hard R. Hard R. Nah, don't like that. She gets a big sword. That's fucking awesome. I love that. Batman isn't rich, but he's like, I think he's like a professional fighter. I can't remember. I haven't read Batman's story yet, but I know he's like big into like fighting, you know? He has a cape that like stabs people. That's fucking cool. He has a battle axe for a chest. His like symbol on his chest turns into a battle axe. Don't know how that works, but all right. He's like 6'7" and like 300 pounds. Batman. And as a big burly man. And then there's Superman. Superman, instead of being a baby, not knowing about like how everything went down on this planet, he knows. He lived through it as a goddamn a full ass adult. He saw his planet being destroyed. He saw his parents not make it. And he had to spend 2 years into like a little pod, just like surfing this outer space or whatever the hell, until he crash lands on the Earth. Whereas he's met with nothing but hostility. So he ain't got the Kents, you know. That fucking sucks. Hate that for him. And it's an interesting world. Just like put them in the like worst conditions, and it's like, hey, what's gonna happen? I did read some of Batman's. I think that nigga's cool as fuck. I don't see them saving enough people, in my opinion. Like, in my opinion about it is, I just feel like, hey, look, it's just fun to like put them in difficult situations, and it's like I want to see them more saving people, like helping people out, you know. But instead, it's like, hey, let's give them adversaries to go against, and they fight those adversaries, which is cool. Don't get me wrong, now shit's gas, but it's like I want to see them like helping people, you know, more often, just more often than not. They do help people. It's just I want to see it more often than not, you know. Like, I know I just said that Batman is like 6'7", 300 pounds, burly ass man that jumps around like a fucking ballerina. But it's like one of the recent issues I read that he was going up against Bane, and it was like, oh yeah, all right, okay, well, let's see what happens. And this motherfucker is still bigger than him. It's fucked up because like Bane is moving like an absolute menace. This motherfucker moving like a damn ballerina himself, and is like he's really good at hitting pressure points. So he's like beating up Batman. He's like, all right, Batman's like, all right, you juiced up freak, what's up? Run my face. I can still take you on one leg. I don't care. And the nigga tells him, oh you think you juiced up? Nah, I ain't juiced up yet. Nah, let me show your ass something. And then he juices up and he's like fucking he's so big he picks Batman, this grown ass 6'7", 300-pound man, up with one hand. And, nah, crazy scenery, absolute insane scenery. You hate to see your goal get done like that. It is interesting seeing Superman, or Absolute Superman, because his thing is like he has way less stamina than the our Superman, the one that we know and love. Like, you know, a lot of times Superman, every single time other than this, not the Go wash. The Go got, oh no, he got fucking trounced on. This is bad. It was vicious. It was vicious. Motherfucker picked him up. Grown ass man, by the way, by the whole body with one hand. Talking about some like, yeah, let's get the operating table ready. Operating table? Nigga! Beat my ass! Hell nah! What the fuck you mean operating table? Oh, it's vicious. It's vicious. It's vicious. Nigga, Cowboy Bebop had ass vicious. Like, with Absolute Superman, it's interesting seeing them, like, not fuck around with his... They fucked around with his powers a little bit. Like, usually he gets sun buffs from, like, just passively. You know what I'm saying? It's a passive buff that he gets. Whenever he, you know, all right. You know, he gets energy from the sun, and he's fucking super strong and fast as shit. All right, cool. But it's like in this one, he has to actively try to like gain energy. He has to like actively charge it up, you know, the solar energy, and it runs out mad fast. So it's like after like a couple minutes of like boxing, he's like, oh, I'm spent. I can't do it. Well, hey, whatever happens here. Hey, look, I don't know. And it's like, it shows like a big comparison between like Earth, how Earth does things when in a capitalist society, and how his planet does things. Where it's like the symbol of hope on that Superman has on his chest, the crest of L or whatever, House of L. It's not like meant like that. It's not. He's proud of it always, but it's like it's supposed to show that he's working class. People forged of steel because they make that shit. They make the steel. And he's the lowest class on his planet. But it's like then there's higher class people, and they take that shit mad seriously. And he out here fighting for the working man. I like him. I like him. Like Superman in general, just a cool ass character, and it's like this one was no different. He saw tragedy. He still has tragedy painted on his face, and he still wants to do the right thing. He still wants to help people. And in the show, in the comic, it does show him helping people, fading a lot of niggas. But I mean, who he has to fade is like he has to hold back obviously because it's fucking Superman. So it's like he's fighting like these characters who they look like they got Peacekeeper armor, like bulked up Peacekeeper armor. It's really cool looking. The fades are for the greater good. Yeah, and this one he's in I think if I can remember right, Brazil so far. Like if I read right, he's in Brazil. So Viva la Brazil, dude. Come to Brazil. We got Superman. I don't know, shit. Well, they got Superman. Hang on, give me a second. That's not the shiny. Nah, but Wonder Woman was raw. No, absolute Wonder Woman was raw. Raised in Hell. She gets a big ass sword. That's fucking cool. Like, she gets a Buster Sword. I don't know who was in the design team cooking up, hey man, just give Wonder Woman a fucking Buster Sword. But nah, they cooked. They cooked. They cooked. They were on to something. Oh, and they made Absolute Superman so fucking pretty, bro. He's so pretty. Oh, I love him. Mommy, I love him. He's so pretty, bro. Giving Superman longer hair is just the correct move. Dude, I remember when I first heard this song in Scarlet and Violet, I was like ecstatic because I was like, wait a fucking minute. A legit remix to like fucking Gen 5's battle thing. I was like, oh shit. Oh. Oh. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh. Oh! Brother, I was gassed. I can't lie to y'all. Man, I was struggling to... Oh, that's not it. Okay, I had to focus. Sorry, I had to lock in for a little bit. I was struggling with Radical Red, and I put on The Baby Is You by Toby Fox. It was funny. The Baby Is You? Wait, that's a song? Wait a minute. I'm looking it up. Hang on. The Baby Is You, Toby. Oh, it's a Homestuck thing. So I'm not gonna be honest. That is, I'm just adding that to the list of things that's been given to me. That's the list of things that's been that I know about Homestuck. Didn't ask for that. Didn't ask for it. But I know 2 things about Homestuck. That's it. I know Rayon did official art for Homestuck. That's some lore that I know now. Didn't know that. I thought you got the shiny when you were yelling. No, I'm sorry. What? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did official. He did one piece of official art for Homestuck. So there's that. I don't know what you're gonna do with that information, but have fun. Toby Fox even referenced The Baby Is You in Leon's Battle Tower theme. That's so funny. There's Homestuck and Pokemon now. Not sure how to feel about that. I can't hate Homestuck because it got me into Undertale. But it sure was something. I can't. I don't hate Homestuck or anything like that. I just don't know anything about it. And I don't want to know anything about it. I just refuse. That's it. I just refuse. I simply refuse. I think I got into Undertale because, like, I think it was just because I saw everyone else talking about it, and I was like, well, that sounds like gas. Got to try it myself. I was a bandwagoner. I'm pretty sure I was a bandwagoner. I just hopped on the bandwagon. I heard good things about a good video game. That's it. What? That game gas? Oh, yeah. I'll try it. Lo and behold, it was more than that. It was peak. I had Homestuck friends who supported the Kickstarter. Oh, cool. I remember one day, right? I was at a con. I think it was like NDK 2014. I can't remember which one. But it was like, I remember like I was walking and I saw like a group of cosplayers. It was like some Homestuck cosplayers. And I remember one cosplayer was talking about some like, oh no, those are Homestuck cosplayers. We don't hang around with them. I was like, that's mean as fuck. What? Excuse me? And they meant that shit. They meant that shit with a whole chest. Toby Foss is crazy for making the greatest game ever back to back. Honestly, nah, insane work. Should get game of the year every single time another chapter releases for Deltarune. Just gonna say it. Just gonna say it. You can argue with whoever you want. I don't care. It's not my problem. Shit. Oh, we're gonna watch something together. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No, that's not it. Wait. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? My tabs! My tabs! Where'd it go? I had a Teto song. Well, hang on, give me a second. Give me a second. No, we're looking for it. We are looking for it. We are looking for it. I do not care. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. There it is. There it is. Teto as a Magical Girl. We're gonna watch this video together. It's Teto as a Magical Girl. Teto Star. Oops. I'm gonna put this right here so we can watch. I don't think bottom screen really matters, right? We're going on bottom screen. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're just gonna keep it right here. I'm so down with it being right here. Actually, Teto Star. What's up, Lee? Void, how you doing today? You're struggling making a delivery in Death Stranding? I've never played that game, so I could not help you. I would love to. Can't help you, though. Can't help you. Good luck. Good luck to you. Good luck to you, brother. Ooh, I could play another Miku song. I mean, I could play a Miku song. Bavaroa. I can't remember if I counted this one. We're gonna do that. Father trying to make ends meet. Ah. Make that paper, dude. There's a video of Death Stranding where, like, apparently you fight a pizza delivery guy or a pizza guy, and y'all doing like kung fu while making pizza. It's so awesome. Oh, I love that video so much. You are the pizza guy? Awesome. No, I mean, he was making the pizza. You had to fight a guy who was like making pizza. It was really cool looking. Y'all were making the pizza while fighting. You had such respect for the pie. I loved it. Oh, speaking of sweets. Oh my God. You play as a delivery guy who delivers everything. An Amazon worker. Respect the truce, dude. Yeah, currently I'm delivering anti-monster weapons, medical supplies, and stuff for population. Thank you, Amazon workers, for everything that you do. I love you. Yay! I love you, Miku. I love you. There's a video that says how DC ruined and fixed crypto. No. Crypto's just a good boy. I don't think I've ever seen anything that was like, oh, the crypto's in it? Oh, it's gonna be bad. No, everything crypto's in is just really good. I don't care. I don't care. Maybe I'm wrong, and I don't care. The fact that I work for FedEx makes the game funnier. Oh, you worked at FedEx. Holy shit. Respect the truth, dude. Swear, bro. What's this? Tito. It's Tito. It's Tito. I like saying Tito. It's funny. I think Tito's funnier. Crypto the Superdog was a great show. It was. That show was gas, okay? I love that show. What's this? I can't read that name. It's in katakana. I think it's in katakana. It's not even katakana. That look like fucking God. It's not hiragana. I'll tell you that much. But I can't read it. I can't read it. It's in Japanese. Which means it's gonna be so goddamn good. Hang on, let me just stop. Where'd my glow sticks go? Where did my glow sticks go, brother? I lost them. I lost them. I lost them. I lost them. What the fuck? I'm sad now. Oh. Oh, something else I gotta fix. I gotta find them. God damn it. Hang on. Fuck this. Can't keep me down. Hold up. Ooh, another song. I like other song. Wait a minute. Oop. Oop, fuck. Fuck. Okay, alright, I gotta put this in a playlist. This has to go in a playlist. That was cool as hell. That's going on the playlist, by the way. Hope you liked it. You're gonna hear it several more times. Don't know what to tell you. I see more. Ooh. What's this? Absolute Monarchy, Miko and Teto? Fuck! Alright, this is it. 5 gifted for Rayon. No? Alright, well, shit, fuck. That would have been cool. That would have been cool. Would have been cool. Would have been cool. Where are the gays? Well, here they are. Shit. I mean, you know, we got... Honestly, good for them. Good for them. Kyle, how you doing today, by the way? I mean, if you do... Oh, playlist! Oh, playlist! It's going on the playlist! Alright, if I get it at 4769, 69 subs for Rayon. Alright, like I said, this next one. Yeah, I'm at 69. Y'all already know what's happening. Am I going broke? Am I going instantly broke? The funny number, the funny number. Would have been funny. Would have been funny. Would have been the funniest reason why I went broke. Damn, that was really fucking good. Damn, that was really fucking good. It's definitely going on the playlist though. What's this? Lustrous? Ooh. Ooh, after this, I would love to watch How Great Was Snow Lights anyway. Yuri makes the best Vocaloid songs. Dog, that shit was gay as fuck. Oh my god, that is definitely going on a playlist. That was like the best song I listened to like all day. Holy fuck. Found some good fucking soup. Oh my god, that was Yuri. This little lady just activates my goddamn neurons. Like I feel hot in my brain matter right now. I'm not kidding. I actually feel my neurons actively lighting up like a Christmas tree. I hope y'all understand this. I'm not kidding. I actually feel my neurons lighting up like a fucking Christmas tree. This shits are staying on like fucking my Christmas tree in January. Jesus fucking Christ. Ooh. Okay, after this one, after this Snorlax video. What a fucked up mimic. Point of view, you met the weird kid in class. Okay, Miku, maybe don't pause my video. I legit thought my... Okay, alright, I was a little confused. Oh, that's such a good design. Huge fan, huge fan, huge fan, huge fan, huge fan. Where is it? So I say I would love to watch a video called How great was Snorlax actually? History of Snorlax in competitive Pokemon. Y'all know me. I like videos like these. Let me go check on my oven real quick. I'll be back. All right. Also, gaming to go. True.
It's a Snorlax! Snorlax is one of the most iconic Pokemon of all time, making its first appearance in the very first Pokemon games, blocking your way unless you wake it up. Turns out, this sleeping giant is also insanely powerful, as Ash's Snorlax was so strong, he could use 6 moves. But does Snorlax's popularity and power in the lore of Pokemon translate to the competitive scene? We've got a lot to cover, so we're jumping right in. And we're asking,
Spoilers. Yes. Yes. Holy fuck yes.
how great was Snorlax actually? And in this video, we'll be going over these competitive formats. Snorlax is one of the best, most important Pokemon in Generation 1. At the highest echelons of play, it is considered, if not undroppable, then extremely close to it. Right up there with Chansey in the just behind Tauros category, the trio forming Gen 1's big three. One could drop Snorlax and still have a good team, but the instances in which you weren't worse off for doing so were extremely rare, because Snorlax was incredible on both offense and defense.
Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. Love the video so far, but I need to check something right quick. I'm about to buy a bunch of like picture frames for all the drawings I got, for all illustrations I got from Artist Alley. And I don't know how many I need to get, so just give me a second. Listen to this. Watch me do this. 6. Okay, I need 6 picture frames. It won't let me add 6. I can only do 5. What the fuck? Fine, I'll get a white one. Wait, the white ones are cheaper? Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. All right. What does Lee get? What does Lee get? Another attempt. Oh, false light gaming.
It had the game's strongest body slam with stab and an excellent base 110 attack, as well as the game's strongest hyper beam and the game's strongest move straight up in self-destruct. Its physical presence as well as a lack of reliance on speed meant it was one of the few truly reliable methods of threatening Chansey.
It's so funny watching Snorlax get up that fast and exploding. That is so funny.
Defensively, its monstrous HP stat meant it was one of the best tanks around, while its low special stat meant it wasn't the immovable special tank of Gen 2 and beyond. It was, strange though it may seem to be in Modern Eyes, a superb physical tank, being able to switch into none other than Tauros quite decently early in the game. It could even threaten Counter to really punish Body Slam, since Counter also worked on the switch in Gen 1. As long as the last move used was a damage-dealing normal or fighting move, Counter could go off, meaning Tauros could slam Lax switching in, then switch out itself, only to have its teammates hammered by double damage from its own slam. Snorlax's defensive utility was most pronounced with—
I did not know Counter did that you could do it on switch in. What a fucked up game Gen 1 was. Generation 1 was a fucked up generation.
the near immortality of its Reflect rest set though. In Gen 1, Reflect doesn't set a teammate-wide screen for 5 turns as in Gen 2 and beyond. Instead, it cuts physical damage in half towards only its user, but it did so until its user switched out, like a one-time iron defense. This made Snorlax completely impenetrable on the physical side. Even the crit-happy Tauros would need to get insanely lucky to beat it. And since special attackers feared Lax's mighty body slam, your best option tended to be to stalemate it, often with an opposing Reflect Pokemon, meaning Chansey, or well, your own Snorlax. Yeesh. Reflect was defining for a long time, completely shaping the years after the discovery that Body Slam can't paralyze normal types. It was so defining, in fact, that several players wanted something done about it, because
We're all in agreement that Snorlax is a bear, right?
so many games were turning into Reflect PP wars for a seeming lack of better options. Eventually, the metagame did adapt with shifts like a rise in Victory Bell usage, but that just meant Reflect was no longer as automatic an option. Snorlax was as extraordinary as ever. Its move pool was excellent for offbeat options too, as Amnesia's +2 special boost was major for both allowing it to devour major special hits like Thunderbolt and Alakazam Psychic, and enabling it to use Ice Beam, adding Freeze to its repertoire, allowing it to punish Reflect Chansey and Snorlax trying to stall it. Snorlax could even combine Reflect and Amnesia to become completely indestructible. As a bonus, Amnesia's stat boosting effect allows Snorlax to utilize a Gen 1 mechanic where it would allow it, while paralyzed, to outrun an opposing paralyzed Pokemon. For instance, if paralyzed Snorlax amnesia'd in front of a paralyzed Starmie, Snorlax would subsequently outspeed Starmie. It can't be overstated how elite and essential Gen 1 Snorlax was. It shaped every aspect of the game to a ridiculous extent. Whatever you wanted it to do, it could and would. Self-destruct sets in particular were incredible in their flexibility, whether they were luring in Chansey or checking Zapdos. Snorlax was so good, it was similarly important in Ubers, where it tangled with the one and only Gen 1 Mewtwo, as well as Mew. Nothing like a self-destruct construct to take down the best Pokemon in the game. Gen 2 Snorlax gets all the glory, but honestly, Gen 1 Snorlax was not far behind it. There are few Pokemon in history that have ever been at its level in any metagame. However, we do have to go over Gen 2 Lax, and the time is now. But before we get into the next section, Snorlax could probably use today's sponsor, the best in sleep masks, Manta Sleep. Look, this video is obviously super long, and my editor and I need a break every now and then from working on it. And that
Usually I skip these, but nah, I'll let it rock.
includes during the day. Summer is here, and that means days are longer. And as much as I enjoy the sun, I need my shut-eye, and it's too bright outside. Other sleep masks just aren't as comfortable on my eyes, or they squeeze my head too much. The Mana Sleep Mask Pro solves all of these problems. The C-shaped eye cups are unmatched when it comes to comfort, as there is zero pressure on your eyelids. And of course, Mana has a wide selection of sleep masks with different functions. So if you need something other than the Pro, there's a high chance that there's one perfect for you. Honestly, I don't even feel this mask. Whenever I want to take my power nap for the day, I just slip this on. And speaking of naps, I am all for Mana's Pro nap movement, by the way. Enough nap shaming, take those naps. My mind eventually goes numb if I edit and record these videos for too long, so I need my naps when I want to recharge. So if you want an awesome sleep mask and also support the channel to help us produce more content, click the link in the description below or go to Mana Sleep and use code FSG for 10% off your purchase. And thank you so much to Mana Sleep for sponsoring this video. The greatest OU Pokemon ever? Well, of those that weren't banned, most undoubtedly. Yeah, it gained a new normal resistance steel, but those were just more Pokemon for Snorlax to decimate with its other moves. It was far and away the best Pokemon around, as both offensively and defensively, it was completely absurd beyond comparison with anything else. With the buff to Double Edge going from 100 to 120 base power, as well as another power upgrade in Return / Frustration, boosting additions of Curse and Belly Drum, and finally, Leftovers offsetting Double Edge Recoil, while generally increasing Snorlax's already amazing tanking ability. Snorlax was hitting harder and harder to take down as well, especially since the special stat had now split into two, and Snorlax had gained its amazing base 110 special defense, now alongside its gargantuan HP, and this meant it was shrugging off even Zapdos's mighty thunders. Snorlax was pretty much untouchable outside of Explosion, which, you know, came with the minor drawback of fainting your own Pokemon. It was a worthwhile trade, of course, but good luck pulling it off reliably. And even that went out the window once Snorlax had attained the curse. Yes, Machamp now had Cross Chop and was a major threat, unlike in the fighting move Baron, Psychic dominated Gen 1, but you wouldn't want to switch Machamp into Snorlax's normal stab, even if it was running the weakest of its options like Body Slam. And even if you avoided its ruinous paralysis, you'd still get worn down way too quickly. Not only were offensive checks like Machamp incredibly few, Snorlax also outlasted them effortlessly. The only way to answer that all safely was to stall it, hence Gen 2's long-standing reputation as the stall metagame, which for a long time was true. Stalling Snorlax is far from a safe bet, but it's certainly the safest you're going to get. And of course, it requires multiple Pokemon to stop. Skarmory is the only true counter to boosting move Earthquake Snorlax. But then you have the Rock or Ghost or Fire move variants. Skarm is required on stall, while the Rock or
It makes sense to be hibernating bear. That is a hibernating bear. Yeah, okay, that makes even more sense. I was just saying like, oh, that's just a bear. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just look at it. It's a fucking bear, you know? If you told a child, hey, can you draw a bear? That's what a child would draw. You know what I'm saying?
Ghost is almost always paired with it. Now, there are other options like Growl Miltank or Charm
But it being sleeping all the time and eating all the time, it's just, oh, it's a hibernating bear. Oh.
Umbreon, and these are strong in the Curse-Lax, but they get completely bowled over by Belly Drum. Stall teams are also so strong because Snorlax itself is an amazing wall. While it initially liked Belly Drum sets to give its otherwise slow teams a burst of offense when needed, it eventually adopted Rest Talk sets with 2 attacks to combat the rise of Jinx and its metagame-defining offensive teams that threatened to bowl over everything. Offense had been a major force long before the rise of Jinx, though, and what creates
So my plan for tonight is I want to play until like the night is. I want to play until 1 a.m. That's like an hour and a half from now. I also want to open up Umu Musume for like a hot minute. I need to open up and just do my like fucking, hey, you logged in bonus. Give me my login bonus. Okay, I'm good. I'm out. That's all I want to do.
The best offense? Snorlax, of course. Its move pool is obscene, and it can mix and match to just about endless results. It's usually Curse versus Belly Drum, but it could run Curse Drum, so you have the safe option of Curse, and if you face Miltank or Umbreon, you Curse to max defense against them while they stall you out, then you pull out the Belly Drum and sweep them hard. Snorlax most traditionally is known to rest, and Curselax is eternal, constantly threatening everything, but when it abandons this, it becomes the greatest wall breaker in the tier. It can thunder Cloyster's lights out while Cloyster is trying to go for its early game spikes, and it does so while maintaining anti-Skarmory coverage. And it's even got a sleep move, for crying out loud. Nothing like having your answer shut down by Lovely Kiss, especially with Gen 2's lengthy sleep duration. It's so scary, some cursed Skarmory began running Sleep Talk over Whirlwind. Self-Destruct had also been buffed in power in Gen 2, and with Lovely Kiss and or Self-Destruct, Snorlax wound up being, surprise surprise, the best check to other Snorlax. When offense exploded onto the scene in Gen 2, it was quite literal, with Snorlax and his teammates spamming booms all over the place. This all-out offensive approach was bolstered by not just Snorlax's peerless threat level, but also with how it provided its requisite catch-all bulk against just about everything. Chew on this like Snorlax chews on its leftovers. This is the gen where Snorlax often walls Tyranitar. But Snorlax can't run everything at once though, right? Yeah, but it's the easiest thing in the world to compensate for. Pursuit for Ghosts, for instance, is hardly going out of your way to add support. Perfectly abuses the stuff you already want to use. Snorlax's status as mandatory on any half-serious Gen 2 team is well known, and of course, this alongside its overwhelming power has led to about 1 million conversations about its ban potential. However, it never materialized, at least not in anything too serious. Many a Snorlax-less tournament was played, and the brief glimpse at such a metagame gave off the impression that it really would make Gen.
You know, this. I hope that Mega Meganium. I hope we get a Mega Meganium, and I would love for it to be like, hey, it's Dragon type now. Good luck.
2 all stall, as the biggest threat to defensive teams tended to be Snorlax itself, and if you went all out Marowak, Machamp, Vaporeon wall breaking for stall teams, you would just get destroyed by offense. Snorlax held everything in balance. Now, with a more modern approach to tiering, of course, Snorlax would be banned, and then more bans would follow, but Gen 2 is a metagame older than most of the player base at this point. It doesn't have enough of a following for such a seismic overhaul. Why wasn't it banned when it was the modern generation or still fresh in players' minds, and being commonly played during, say, like the Gen 3 era, or even at points where it became newly popular in several eras like during Gen 7? Well, conversations about Snorlax bans go way back, of course. There's almost surely a message board post about it from December 1999, before Gold and Silver were even released outside of
Justice for Meganium. Honestly, TBH, fucking facts, dude. Meganium wasn't even like a bad Pokemon. Chikorita, the Chikorita line. It's just they were in such a fucked up ass region. They were in a region that was hostile towards grass types. It was ass. First gym leader was a what? Flying type. Second gym leader was a what? Bug type. You know what I'm saying? Third gym leader was Whitney. That was just hostile to everybody. I'm sorry. That was my fault. That was just traumatizing.
Japan.
Fourth gym leader was a what? Ghost type gym leader that needed you to use Miss Drevius or Miss Magius? Nah. The ghost poison type from the Kanto region. I don't understand Johto. And it's like, I don't understand Johto when it's cock shame. They are ashamed of their cocks. They don't want to use Noctowl. They want to use like Miss Drevius or whatever, Miss Magius. Nah, it's just straight up, let's go for the fuck. I don't know, man. I could go all day on this. Real one still by Chikorita. I'm actually choosing Chikorita in Za. I was thinking Totodile. Honestly, I'm still thinking Totodile. Totodile might be a thing. I don't know. I love Totodile. That's a little guy. And Totodile just provides more like immediate power, and I like that shit. But then there's Chikorita. It really depends. Give me the fucking Mega Evolution. Can we see the Mega Evolutions? Can I see it? Is it gas? What's the typing? Am I a grass dragon or a grass fairy? What's going on here?
But the idea of banning things was generally anathema to player bases of the first 3 generations. It wasn't until Gen 4 and Wi-Fi battles vastly expanded the competitive scene's accessibility, and thus the player base, that the idea of suspect testing broken things came into play. Before, though, there was a culture of just deal with it. Yes, even for something as unbelievably broken as Gen 2 Snorlax, you were supposed to prove how good you were by dealing with it in battle, rather than by banning it. Ban lists were incredibly minimal, pretty much just the so-called obvious choices of the Muse, Box Legends, and if there was something contentious like Celebi, which was briefly OU in Gen 2 and Uber in Gen 3, it was left to the discretion of the best players. Not exactly a democratic process. In short, Snorlax is, barring some miracle, destined to haunt Gen 2 in all its broken glory forever. And it's also the best in Ubers. Well, not so unanimously, as Mewtwo is often preferred by many top players, but they've tended to go back and forth in this respect. Ultimately though, the introduction of the Ubers doesn't do much of anything to stifle the reason Snorlax is so good. It's still threatening to everything and insanely difficult to KO, even if it does have its ideal counter, Curse Whirlwind Lugia, which is basically Skarmory but with 32 PP recover that doesn't fear its coverage moves, but even that can be spun to Snorlax's advantage. The Lovely Kiss variants are particularly dominant and defining. Ultimately, even the most outlandish superlatives used to describe Gen 2 Snorlax fail to match its impact. It's borderline Lovecraftian. It'd be absurd for Snorlax to repeat its level of Gen 2 or even Gen 1, but even though it was still very good in Gen 3, it was a significant step down. Its bulk was no longer maxed out with the new EV system. It had to
They got better fighting moves. Oh, especially in Gen 4. Oh my god, close combat, my beloved.
deal with multiple layers of spikes, and its old nemesis Skarmory now has access to the move. Worst of all, thanks to Tyranitar's ever-present Sand Stream, Snorlax's leftovers were cancelled out, meaning that alongside its low speed, it was quite easier to wear down with something like Zapdos, and even though it could use Rest, provoking that Rest was a lot easier now, making it much less threatening. Furthermore, Sleep Talk could no longer call Rest, which was a major part of Rest Talk's Lax's immortality in Gen 2. It's easier to wall Snorlax now too. Gengar gained Levitate, so it's immune to Earthquake and Spikes alike, forcing Snorlax to use the otherwise inferior Shadow Ball in one of its limited crucial move slots. Additionally, Gengar packed Will-O-Wisp now. Additionally, Celebi came down from Ubers to Leech Seed and recover in Snorlax's face, and new addition Metagross both switched into Snorlax and threatened it. Buffed attackers in general made it easier to burst through Snorlax as well, notably a vastly improved Heracross, as well as numerous special attackers packing Calm Mind. However, though Snorlax suffers for all of this, as well as its potential to match up to near useless extents against the Tyranitar, Skarmory, Gengar trio that defines so much of the metagame, it also still has the potential to be one of the most ruinous Pokemon in the game. It works in two modes, both taking their cue from Gen 2. Classic Rest Curse Lax and Offensive Boom Lax. Classic Rest Curse Lax traditionally struggles against teams that apply major pressure through residual.
It's so wild seeing like a Snorlax sprite in, Gen 3 Snorlax sprites. It's so wild because it's like, man, I never saw that Pokemon in... If it wasn't for Fire Red and Leaf Green, I would never have saw that Pokemon in Gen 3.
Damage, like the Toxic Spike Sand or TSS teams, as well as the aforementioned Leech Celebi and Wisp Gengar, and Wisp Moltres for that matter. However, with the right support, it's a potential auto win, with dual trapping support from Magneton for Skarmory, and Dugtrio for Tyranitar, Metagross, and Celebi. Snorlax not only had its checks removed, but it needs to run Earthquake as well. Additionally, its new ability, Immunity, was excellent for providing an immunity to Toxic, which was amazing for both switching opportunities and denying counterplay. It could thus waltz into something like Blissey with impunity. Snorlax's Stick Fat was also a great ability, but Snorlax already ate fire and ice moves so well, and being Toxic Immune was just too good to pass up. Entire teams were built around Curselax for its auto-win potential, along with its similarly functioning special counterpart, Calm Mind Rest Suicune. Yes, it's a ton of support for dual trap, sometimes even triple trap if you use the Gengar removing Pursuit Tyranitar, and if you really wanted to make it reliable, you add Rapid Spin, so it can't be phased around with the one spike that Skarmory gets before getting magged. Heck, you can even include Weather Change, often in the form of Rain Dance Zapdos, because while Snorlax in Sand is easily worn down, Sandless Snorlax can approach Gen 2 levels of invulnerability. The significant team support meant that such teams were often quite matchup reliant, but they were incredibly dangerous. They had deceptive flexibility too. For instance, with Pursuit support, Snorlax could run Hidden Power Bug over Shadow Ball, so it could lure in and slam physically defensive Celebi while still hitting Tyranitar super effectively, thus making it crucially less reliant on its partner Dugtrio. Meanwhile, Boomlax was used on aggressive offensive teams. In the old days, it loved running Fire Blast to pressure Skarmory, while also hitting Metagross well and damaging Gengar decently. It was also a great user of counter, luring Metagross in, only to bounce its Meteor Mash back at it, opening up its physically offensive teammates like Tyranitar and Salamence.
I don't know why I just thought about this, but okay, so Dyla Scarlet, one of the main horse girls in Umumusume, she how do I say this? She looks like Dirty Rotten Girl Hatsune Miku. Fujoshi Miku. I'm not sure. I don't know why. I just feel like they have the same energy. I feel like they have the kind of the same energy, at least design wise. What I'm trying to say is I think Darla Scarlet likes Yaoi.
However, metagame development resulted in Specially Defensive Protect Skarmory becoming its new standard, and it laughed at Snorlax's Fire Blast. As a result, Snorlax had to step up its game. It was flawed in that it couldn't fit as many moves as it wanted to while wall breaking.
Fisher Fujo out. Honestly, like it's not hard to imagine. I feel like it's not hard to imagine. I just think she likes seeing boy love. Honestly, same here, Darla Scarlet, same here.
But it was great because, number one, it was amazing into opposing offensive teams since it took some big hits just long enough to provide its team some relief while exerting pressure. For instance, it wasn't a permanent Zapdos wall, but it could switch in a few times. And the immense power of its self-destruct was such that, worst case, it was nigh guaranteed to take something down with it, which was a great floor to have. These two combined to make Snorlax a great check to nearly every offensive threat, from Calm Mind Jirachi, yes, though it resisted the boom, to Dragon Dance Salamence. As such, it made for an excellent pair with Metagross and its similar playstyle. Of course, Boom wasn't just good for checking offense, it was superb for letting Snorlax bust through defense as well, notably luring in Celebi for the benefit of a teammate like Suicune. What about its normal resistant answers though? Well, Magneton and Pursuit Tyranitar, or even Pursuit Metagross sometimes, were always options for Skarmory and Gengar, and you could arrange Snorlax's moveset for the others accordingly. With something like Body Slam, Shadow Ball, Earthquake, and Boom, you couldn't do wrong. Alternatively, you could go with Curse Boom, which really let you blow up any normal resist, even Skarmory and Metagross, so long as you were careful around Protect. Outside of Curse, Snorlax also enjoyed Focus Punch, which chipped Skarmory decently and absolutely obliterated a Tyranitar switch. Snorlax's flaws were significant, of course, and it could easily fall flat on its face, but such shortcomings were accounted for with team support and good play. It could be one of the most rewarding Pokemon in Gen 3 OU. Snorlax was also a crucial force in Ubers. It was actually better in Ubers than it was in OU, because for all the increased power, Groudon and Kyogre's dueling weathers meant that Snorlax could actually utilize Leftovers recovery, making it quite the long-lasting tank in the face of several of Ubers' biggest threats, most notably the meta-defining Lati Twins, as well as the mighty Mewtwo. Its increased longevity also meant it was more of an offensive threat as well. When you're not getting worn down by sand, you can take your time in wearing down the opposing Metagross. Snorlax often ran Protect to really make the most of its lefties, while also making it much more difficult to boom on it, and its own boom alongside its major bulk meant, just like an OU, it could check almost anything in a pinch, from Kyogre to Rayquaza. It had flexibility as well, able to take classic Curselax and add Amnesia to really become indestructible, and even able to play with the immediacy of Choice Band, but whatever it did, it was excellent, capping off another excellent generation and the end of its golden age. In singles, Snorlax made sure that you couldn't ignore its presence in doubles even if you wanted to. In fact, Snorlax was a contender even before VGC started, and though we only have apocryphal records of the Journey Across America tournaments that served as the foundation for the competitive scene, those scraps let us know one piece of history that
just looking at this. Look at this, man. God damn. Just,
shouldn't be a surprise. Snorlax was a demon. In fact, with no restrictions on the Pokemon you could use, Snorlax was one of the few Pokemon that wasn't what we will now call.
Give me a second. What was that name? What was that name? Kyle Leany? Okay. Where was it? I'm pretty sure I read that correctly. I will press comma until I don't care. Pimp Daddy's defense rose. Look everyone, it's Pimp Daddy. The 2010s were a time, bro. The 2000s were a time, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
That wasn't what we will now call a restricted Pokemon, that was actually a threat. Actually, part of Snorlax's popularity was due to the very trial by fire and ice. I'm speaking, of course, about the utility of Thick Fat, especially valuable with the weather from Groudon and Kyogre running rampant. Again, we don't know too much about the sets from those times, but what we do know is that self-destruct Snorlax was quite common, giving it the power to go out with a bang that rivaled the levels of the other monsters in the format.
In these battles, a lot of our opponents are using self-destruct attacks, so if you can withstand that self-destruct and counter it back, it's an incredible strategy.
Snorlax in the close combat generation? Good night. It wasn't just that either. The special split mechanic can now be hit super effectively on the special side.
Yeah, the nigga getting hit straight in the dick, bro. Like, Lucario, aim for their dick!
through Focus Blast. But even beyond it becoming ridiculously easy to abuse Lax's fighting weakness, it had also become a cinch to overwhelm it with power in general. Power it wasn't bulky enough to not resist anymore. It collapsed in the face of Stealth Rock, Choice Specs, Life Orb, Draco Meteors, buffed Outrage, and all that jazz. Its defenses weren't nearly that impressive anymore. Sure, Thick Fat's resists were nice, but even being able to check Heat Round was far from sufficient when Snorlax was also so easy to answer in return. Cursed Lax at least still had a niche in Diamond and Pearl, though it was flawed, to say the least. In a meta dominated first by Heracross, Infernape, and Swords Dance Lucario, but then Platinum came around and between the Rotom appliances, Bullet Punch Superpower Scizor, and Outrage Salamence, as well as the to become popular later Superpower Dragonite,
Lucario, close combat their balls!
No matter the era, the brutally buffed Breloom was an internal pain for it as well. Snorlax just got trucked by anything halfway decent, and wasn't at all
Lucario walking up to you slowly. Haha, nice balls, bro!
threatening to any stall team that had the good sense to not automatically lose to the last Pokemon setup sweeper, which could no longer be phased out, which, given the continued dominance of Suicune, they did. Even its mighty self-destruct just fell flat into the Rotoms, and worst of all, it was incompatible with Pursuit, which otherwise would have made for an interesting niche. Instead, it was just entirely outclassed in every respect by Tyranitar, which now bore a special defense boost under the sand that it summoned. Some creative players made Snorlax work in short bursts, while its low speed was more glaring than ever, and how easily it was taken advantage of. Certain offenses enjoyed a Custap Berry set, which weaponized Snorlax's propensity to drop to low health for a surprise boom against a would-be revenge killer. It was far from perfect, given hindrances like Protect and Priority, especially Mach Punch from its nemesis Breloom, but at least it was something, ultimately gimmicky though it was. Snorlax really should have dropped to UU in Gen 4, but its usage was maintained at OE levels, despite it not performing much, because Cursed Lax was such a classic with such a history, making many players think, hey, there's gotta be something to this. Had Gen 4 lasted a little longer though, it absolutely would have dropped. This gen also marked the end of Lax's time in Uber, unable to withstand the Soldu Lati twins when they were packing Draco Meteors, as well as Choice Specs Kyogre and various other monstrosities, especially with Stealth Rock constantly cutting into its health with omnipresence that even the mighty Spikes couldn't match previously. But don't let its success in the unofficial days fool you into thinking Snorlax was going to sit idly by when the real competition got started. In 2008, at the Video Game Showdown, what some think of as the first ever World Championships, Snorlax wasn't just a part of the winning team, it was the main carry of Izuru Moth Yoshimura, who put the world on notice for just what Snorlax could do with the proper support. Running a Smeargle support with Fake Out, Follow Me, and Dark Void, a suite of tools to ensure Snorlax could settle into the rhythmic war beats of his signature move, Belly Drum. After Snorlax went to +6 and took a chomp out of his Citrus Berry, the rest of the team was all organized around that strategy. Hold. Set up Trick Room and
hold. I have only so much time to do this. I'm going to get my daily little reward for logging in Uma Musume. That's not a joke. That is not a joke. That is clearly not a joke. Why would I joke about this? Why would I kid? Give me a second. I have 4 minutes. Fucking. Also, that's not it. So we could just like. I can multitask. I can still multitask. Haunts happening. Haunts occasions. Oh, what's this? Hold. What is it? Not the shiny, but goddamn. Login bonus? Yep. I hear that I gotta save these things up, these little carrots. It's for like pulling horses, right? Oh, that's the gotcha. Do you want to pay more, or you can wait a day to pull another? Like it's that type of beat, right? Am I wrong for that? Nice. I don't know what that is. I'll remove. What if I play this at the same time? Nah, it's a little too much. That's a little too much. Nah, too much stimulation. It would be funny to get it, and it's like I get it while renting a race or whatever the fuck. We would just have to call it Gold Ship. I think at that point we would just have to call it Gold Ship, right?
Went boom, bringing in a psych up Metagross that could copy Snorlax's stat boosts at no downside. Now, this was a far cry from the VGC that we now know, as teams were only 4 Pokemon at a time, but even in those rough and tumble days, Snorlax was eating good. And that was just the appetizer, because in the first year of the full VGC competition, 2009, Snorlax went on to scarf up the first ever US Nationals trophy, and then satisfied its appetite with a run-back World Championship trophy for dessert. But the two sets were very different. At the US Nationals, noted Smogonite Mark Omega Donut Soleski used a set taken straight from the singles ladder, a Resto-Chesto Curselax with huge defensive investment that served as both a stalwart tank and a late-game win condition. World Champion winner Kazuyuki Tsuji, however, went for something much different. Instead of the setup variants both Omega Donut and Molf had used, he opted for a triple attacking set with Return, Earthquake, Self-Destruct, and Protect. Even with no boosting to speak of, this Snorlax was a force to be reckoned with, just by virtue of its stats, which you can see on full display in the World Finals. Runner-up Tasuku Mono struggled to break through Snorlax's bulk, while Snorlax tanked bug buzzes and discharges like it was nothing. It was also dishing out big damage via Return, Earthquake, and Tsuji's own X Factor, a cut-stat berry boosted Self-Destruct, the big red button that let him put out huge damage at a moment's notice, giving one turn of priority when Snorlax dropped to 25% HP. Snorlax joined Metagross as the only Pokemon to win the first 2 World Championships, and though neither was able to three-peat in 2010, Snorlax still made World's top cut while Metagross fell off, this time on the 4th place team of Wataru Onishi. With that, it became one of the only 2 Pokemon to top cut the first 3 Worlds, alongside Ludicolo, and it seemed that just as in singles, Snorlax's natural bulk and power would secure it a spot on teams for the foreseeable future. No more OU for Snorlax in Gen 5, now ruined even more by Ferrothorn jealous of defense, and new fighters and dragons ridiculously over-exaggerated from the level that had already been too much for it before. Plus, the boom nerf meant even its self-destruct no longer guaranteed a KO, so it could really forget it. That did mean it dropped to UU though, and amazingly, though that tier was also overloaded with fighters, the general power decrease along with the tier eventually ridding itself of perma-weather meant Snorlax was insanely good. It was so good, in fact, that for a long time, it was not only considered the tier's best Pokemon for a long time, but even considered mandatory for a successful team. That's right, it was basically Gen 2 Snorlax the Return, New Gen Edition. Even though Snorlax ceased to be mandatory, it was never anything less than spectacularly elite. With Gen 5's awful sleep counter resetting on switch mechanic, it threw any notion of resting out of the window, and instead went all out offensive. Its thick fat ability finally got the chance to shine, with its fire resist crucially making it an excellent check to the Darmanitan and the controversial border on broken, tier-destroying Victini. Not only did it switch into it wonderfully, it actually punished it on the switch with a strong pursuit, a tactic it also used to try and hold the tier together against Chandelure before the latter's ban at the very end of the generation. It could do this with Choice Band, which also made Snorlax a particularly ferocious wall breaker, but Leftovers were its go-to for also letting Snorlax check other major threats. In keeping with the Gen 2 parallel, it regularly took on Zapdos and Raikou. Snorlax also took a leaf out of its Gen 3 Uber's playbook by incorporating Protect, which made KOing it go from difficult to ridiculous. And even if you still force Snorlax out with your Heracross, it would have more health for when it came back in. And it got to scout the many choice Pokemon in the tier. Plus, it caused a massive headache for Mean Shao aiming to unleash its high jump kick. Even with fighters all over the place, the same Gen 2 axiom applied. The Pokemon that actually threatened Lax with major damage couldn't safely switch into it at all. Cobalion with its steel typing and great physical bulk was the one exception, but even it was far from perfect. Not just because of Snorlax's earthquake coverage, but because of how crippling a body slam paralysis would be. Defensive teams didn't exactly take kindly to it either, especially because Snorlax could pop Curse into its moveset if it so desired. Gen 5 was a major revenge arc for Snorlax, allowing it to finally wield and update its original dominance in a modern setting. Was this the beginning of Snorlax's new era as a UU staple? Well, we'll find out after word from VGC. Snorlax enjoyed an auspicious beginning in VGC, winning Worlds twice in his first outings and routinely appearing on top teams. You have to hope then that with all that belly it's good at hibernation, because that was the last time it would be eating good for quite a while. Snorlax wouldn't have a significant tournament result again for 6 whole years, falling to the wayside for all of Generations 5
You hate to see you go get washed. Damn.
and 6. Generation 5 brought with it a huge boost to the overall power level, including a murderer's row of fighting types that came to define the meta. Suddenly, Snorlax wasn't looking so thick anymore. Snorlax's speed meant it had already had some trouble keeping up, literally. Now it was having trouble keeping up metaphorically as well. Battle was off the table. Luckily for Snorlax, that gave it plenty of time to pursue its true calling, sleep. For 6 years the game continued, and Snorlax slumbered, waiting. Sadly, this was not the beginning of Snorlax's UU staple arc. You might hope for another 3-gen run, just like Gen 1, 2, and 3, sometimes referred to as the Snorlax generations, but it didn't even make it to 2, because it was decidedly mediocre in UU this time around. With all the cancel Pokemon that got Megas, it's the shame we never actually got a Mega Snorlax. Anyway, it started out decently in XY, particularly enjoying that it could...
Could you imagine a Mega Snorlax? Like, I mean, they don't do anything to it. They just make it bigger. That's it. They just make it a little bigger. Wait, that's Gigantamax Snorlax. Yeah, Gigantamax Snorlax. Yeah.
Actually rest again in the wake of Gen 6 getting rid of the resetting sleep counter, but the problem was that it just couldn't distinguish itself significantly enough in any way. Victini was superb again, but the general power level had gone way up between Megas and previous OU Pokemon like Hydreigon dropping. So not only was dealing with Victini easier now, that's not to say it was that easy, you also had less reward for using Snorlax as your Victini answer since, unlike the previous gen, it was no longer a major offensive threat in its own right. Put simply, the defense and offense previously essential were more merely decent, and the problem was exacerbated with the release of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Sure, Snorlax had potential, but it was rarely realized to its fullest.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah.
The most you were going to get out of Snorlax on a consistent basis was just not going to be that impressive or impactful. It struggled as a fire resist in the metagame that came to be dominated by Entei's Dark Happy Sacred Fires, and after the tier adjusted to that, it came to be completely ruined by Conkeldurr for an extended period of time, which was even worse. At least Entei had a Stealth Rock weakness, while Conkeldurr stuck around forever with Drain Punch and Amazing Bulk, and even abused Snorlax's Body Slam Paralysis for a Guts boost. When Conkeldurr was finally banned, it seemed like it was Snorlax's time to shine, but once again, whether it went with classic Curselax or a more offensive variant like Choice Band, the impact was just not there, especially with the explosion of Jellicent usage. However, it did develop a real niche that wasn't just theoretical. The one thing Snorlax was very good at doing when not facing Jellicent was spamming Facade, which allowed it to absorb the many burns flying around the Scald heavy metagame and turn them against the opponent. With Leftovers and Curse alongside a Toxic immunity, it could take advantage of the ubiquitous Seismitoad and punch some major holes, especially with Healing Wish support from Gardevoir. Thus, Snorlax had its place in UU, finally being able to do something of note in this gen. It would have loved to have dropped to RU, but it would have to wait for that. In Gen 7, Snorlax really couldn't hack it even in UU anymore. Even with its new Z move, the wonderfully named Pulverizing Pancake that lets it open its eyes and do the thing from the meme, cool as it was to pack a superpowered rechargeless Giga Impact, it wasn't nearly as efficient to use your Z Crystal on Snorlax, limited in its opportunities by its low speed as it was. You'd usually be better off using Choice Band. Anyway, Snorlax landed in RU, though later than it would have liked. It was a decent Pokemon to be sure, but it was usually held back from elevating beyond that, often struggling as slow Pokemon tend to in the face of explosive Z-move power. Still, it had a lot to like about its game. Thick Fat let it take on beasts like Salazzle and Choice Specs Ninetales, while its Special Bulk let it assist against the likes of Roserade, Nidoqueen, Gardevoir, Shaman, and Raikou. Meanwhile, offensive Curselax had an amazing new option at its disposal. The new Pinch Healing Berries gave it amazing 50% recovery when knocked to low HP, as Lax was wont to do, effectively giving it a second life, or more, because the real beauty came in the fact that it wasn't just a one-time thing. Snorlax's standard practice of getting worn down into low health was not just turned into a source of healing, but was done so repeatedly through the use of Recycle, which allowed it to regain its berry after having eaten it. Effectively, it had its own form of recover, at the cost of leftovers or another item, yes, but this was well worth the trade-off for a Pokemon Pokemon that had been pining for slack off for generations. This burst of healing reinforced Snorlax's offensive threat level wonderfully, and it unleashed boosted facades and earthquakes or fire punches to great effect. Now, as nice as this whole setup was, Snorlax's propensity for getting worn down easily thanks to its low speed was still very much a factor, especially since it didn't even have the passive heal of leftovers, and it had to go low health before it could recover at all. And the fact that it wasn't very threatening before it got a boost meant required adroit precision to operate, as without a deft hand, it very easily get played around. Snorlax could also go for the greater immediacy of choice span, but in a tier dominated by Metagross, Registeel, and Bronzong, this could be tough to pull off. You would risk spending more time throwing coverage moves around than your stab, and these bulky pokes were hardly at risk of 1-hit KOs, meaning that Snorlax would have to nab them repeatedly. Ultimately, Gen 7 Snorlax was a decent RU Pokemon, flawed, but if you were willing to work with it, it could plug some gaps in your team very nicely. Snorlax returned from its hibernation period fueled by an overwhelming hunger, one that uniquely positioned it to take advantage of a generation-defining gimmick that Game Freak had just implemented for Sun and Moon. No, I'm not talking about Z moves, even though the unique Z move Pulverizing Pancake might feature the best animation in the game. I'm talking, of course, about the Pinch Berries. Before Generation 7, berries like Figgy, Ayapapa, Wiki, Mago, and Aguav only restored 1/8 of the user's HP once they fall to 25%. In other words, they were a garbage food even when compared to the ever-present citrus berry. But the rich Alolan soil bulked these berries up significantly to provide a full half of the user's HP back, suddenly catapulting them to gourmet status overnight. It wasn't uncommon to see a team running multiple pinch berries, taking advantage of the fact that they were basically palette swaps of each other, except for their nature-tied confusion effect to get around VGC's unique item rules. But no Pokemon took advantage of those berries better than Pokemon's resident Gourmand. Generation 7 saw Snorlax swap one incredible ability to another, utilizing the appropriately named Gluttony to proc its berry at 50% HP instead of 25, aka the exact HP value you go to after Belly Drum. But not all Snorlax sets were focused on the instant boost. In fact, at the beginning of the format, quite a few players opted for Curse as their boosting move of choice. With 2017's return to a limited format, Snorlax once again became the bulky behemoth of old, giving it a chance to shrug off attacks and slowly boost up. In addition to its boosting move of choice, Snorlax would usually run Return for a massively powerful stab move, or Frustration if you were edgy like that, as well as Recycle, providing it near infinite sustenance and recovery. The last either went to Protect or to a coverage move like High Horsepower. And for some players, though it was uncommon, would even opt for Stockpile to boost Snorlax's defenses. Despite the difference in its common sets, Snorlax's best teammates remained pretty consistent. Arcanine, one of the most common Pokemon in the format, was a standard partner thanks to its ability to pass off Snorlax's low physical defense via Intimidate. In the case of mono-attacking Snorlax, it also handled pesky steel types like Celesteela and Kartana. Tapu Fini's Misty Terrain removed the need to fear opposing burns or other status, one of the few things that could slow Snorlax down, and Mimikyu was a reliable Trick Room setter who handled opposing ghost types. Mimikyu also had the option of running Z Destiny Bond, as Gavin Michaels did when he won the Anaheim Regionals early on in the format. When powered up by Ghostium Z, that move became a redirector, giving Snorlax a one-time chance to get Belly Drum off safely, especially against the fighting types that might otherwise give it trouble, like Hariyama and Kartana's Sacred Sword, which cut through any cursed defense boost. Mimikyu was, all things considered, tailor-made to work alongside Snorlax. It also had Psych Up to copy its boost, if it so desired, and it could taunt opposing taunts or phasing attempts. Other good partners included Auroraville Alolan Ninetales, Trick Room Porygon 2, Tapu Koko to handle flying and fighting types, and Garchomp, who had the benefit of threatening the format's premier knockoff user, Alolan Muck. Snorlax wanted to avoid knockoff at all costs. Putting that berry in the trash meant it couldn't be recycled, leaving Snorlax without its recovery. Alolan Persian also saw quite a bit of use for its support capabilities. Really, any Pokemon that could let Snorlax set up was strong with it, because once it got going, it was a real pain to get rid of. Gavin Michaels may have been the first American regional winner with Snorlax, but he wasn't the first winner overall. Marcus Hamon took home first at one of the first European tournaments of the format, the DreamHack Leipzig Regionals, with his Curse Lax. It's a sign of just how self-sufficient Snorlax could be, that while Marcus did pack the standard Arcanine, Feeny, and Chomp, he had no redirection or Trick Room support. He filled out his team with Mandibuzz and Kartana. Those early wins set the tone of a season up for Snorlax, as it constantly picked up top cuts at regionals around the world, usually joined by Arcanine, Feeny, and its other common partners. Usually, but not always, it was common to see any other meta Pokemon alongside Snorlax, be it the Tapu Lele Drifblim pair, Clefairy, Alolan Marowak, an additional Intimidator in Gyarados, or even weather cores like the Pelipper and Golduck Preston Clark used to win Salt Lake City Regionals, or the Lilligant and Torkoal Ashton Cox brought for his gold medal run to the Latin American International Championships. Snorlax, to be frank, had too many good results to list, so instead we'll just shout out the first place finishers at the regional and special event level. Niels Dunlop, Sebastian Escalante, Leonardo Bononomi, Barris Akos Krami, Nick Navarre, Justin Locke, Marin Gesdosh, Javier Parada, Liam Gilbert, Rachel Anand, all of these people took home first places, often with other Snorlaxes stacking the top cut. Special mention has to go to Australian Christopher Kahn, who won both the Auckland and Perth regionals with his team of Snorlax, Arcanine, Tapu Koko, Porygon 2, Gyarados, and Garchomp. Christopher's team showcased an adaptation that had become common on teams without Feeny. Instead of fearing status, these Snorlax welcomed it, utilizing Facade over Return to give the rest of their team more flexibility. In fact, Snorlax's sets expanded as the metagame progressed. Nick nails Navarre, Juan, and Roanoke by using Thick Fat making a return alongside Wild Charge with no recycle or protect, a strategy made possible by his use of the last Tapu Bulu for grassy terrain's natural recovery, as well as a Heal Pulse Friend Guard Clefairy. Ashton may have won the LAIC, but Marcus came back with Snorlax to place 8th there, using double-edged Curselax, giving him an additional power boost over return that could be mitigated by the constant recovery. Snorlax may not be the most flexible mon to ever hit the field, but this measure of customizability kept it just unpredictable enough to succeed all season long. By the time NAIC rolled around, it was one of the top dogs. 5 out of the top 8 teams used it, including all the podium finishers. Cesar Reyes in 3rd, Paul Chua in 2nd, and none other than Christopher Kahn, all the way from Australia, in 1st place. Even more impressive is the fact that only 2 of those Snorlax sets, the top 2, were the same. With Worlds on the horizon, Snorlax was a clear threat, and the results of that tournament bore out the pattern of the season. Snorlax was the 3rd most used Pokemon at the event, only behind Tapu Koko and Arcanine, an improvement from its status as the 6th most common at NAIC. And although it couldn't clinch a 3rd World Championship, it did find a place on 6 of the top 16 teams, 2 of which were top 8. Snorlax aficionado Niels Dunlop at 5th and Paul Ruiz in 3rd. Both those players opted for Belly Drum, but even there, the sets and support differed. Paul chose Facade, Helping Hand, and Recycle on a team that sported no Trick Room or Redirection, while Niels ran a mono-attacking Frustration Protect set with the ever-threatening Psych Up Mimikyu. Even post-Worlds, Snorlax continued to dominate. River Davis, Brady Smith, and future world champ Luca Carabelli took home 1st place regional finishes, while Alex Gomez gave it a 2nd place at the EUIC. And though it hadn't taken home a Worlds title, Snorlax enjoyed an incredible season as one of the absolute best Pokemon in the format, a far cry from its 6 years of inactivity. 2018 brought slightly less favorable conditions for the Big Bear. What is Snorlax anyways? Who cares? For one thing,
bear. It's a bear. He hibernates, bear. She hibernates, bear. Go the fuck off, bear.
the additional intimidators like Landorus, Therian, and eventually Incineroar made Snorlax's life harder, but on the flip side, it appreciated their presence just like it had Arcanines. The real reason Snorlax had trouble was, well, because things got less lax. The reintroduction of Mega Evolutions, as well as a national dex, suddenly spiked the power level, making Snorlax easier to break through no matter what set it was running. In some cases, this changed the sets. Though mono-attacking sets were still common, they now had the additional ghost type of Mega Gengar to worry about. That and Snorlax still easily found a place in the meta. Although its own sets didn't change much, the Pokemon around it did. Certain Mega Pokemon like Charizard Y still had to fear its special bulk and massive power, and Snorlax itself found new support options as well. It frequently found a home with Mega Manectric, whose Intimidate and Pivoting power let it repeatedly weaken would-be Snorlax slayers. Snorlax also appreciated the presence of new Trick Room setters like Celesteela and Gothitelle. Snorlax may have been weaker than before, but it still put up so many good results that we'll have to focus on only the best. Chelsea Tan, Mateo Arias, Federico Tirano, Alvin Hidiat, Melvin Ke, Adrian Stigler, and Dylan Salvanera all gave it a first-place regional finish, with countless other players contributing other top 8s or even podium placements. Snorlax also continued to perform well at the national and international level. Su Woong Jung took first at the Korean Nationals, while Alberto Lara's Zard Y Gothitelle team placed 5th at the Oceania Internationals. At LAIC, half the top cut was Snorlax, thanks to 7th placer Raul Ramirez with a nifty Fire Punch to handle Celesteela and Kartana, 5th placer Alex Gomez, 4th placer Melvin Ke, and 3rd placer Eric Rios. Eric and Alex shared a unique team that implemented Milotic and Charizard X, with the usual Z Destiny Bond Mimikyu and Landorus Therian. Although in this case, it was special attacking Landorus, holding the Choice Scarf and U-Turn, giving it that same pivoting Intimidator power. Special shoutouts to Melvin, who used Snorlax all season and went on a top cut NAIC as well, taking his total 2018 lax cuts to 2 internationals, 1 regional, and 2 special events, one of which the Hong Kong special event that he won. In fact, this was a bit of a pattern for Snorlax players. Both in 2018 and 2017, those who used it tended to have repeat success with it. We saw it with Christopher Kahn already, and I can't name them all here, but Niels Dunlop, Alex Gomez, Rene Alvarenga, Hayden McTavish, Marcus Haman, Sebastian Escalante, Leonardo Bononomi, Rajan Ball, and Alberto Lara were among those repeat Snorlax contenders. And that pattern would continue in a most auspicious way at the World Championships, where a host of Snorlax specialists fought their way into the top 16. Brendan Zhang, though not a huge Snorlax user, managed 14th place, while good old Melvin Kev finished out his season with a 12th place finish. In top 8, Argentina special event winner Federico Tirano took 8th using a non-recycle set that sported Earthquake next to a team of triple ground immunities. 4th placer Yusei Matsuno showed a totally distinct look on Snorlax, one more common in Japan, Boomlax. He forewent any setup, instead opting to bring his power.
Can I get 5 booms for Snorlax? Boom, 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 boom.
At the start of the match with his Choice Bandit self-destruct Snorlax, which also sported thick fat, double-edged, high horsepower, and superpower. In fact, Yusei was able to leverage that power over perhaps the most prolific Snorlax user of all, Niels Dunlop, in the Swiss rounds, clinching a Game 3 win over Niels' more standard belly drum frustration mono attacker. A sharp blow to Niels, but not one that dampened his momentum. One day later, he joined Yusei in the semifinals before falling to Paul Ruiz. Eventual world champion Paul Ruiz, that is. Snorlax using world champion, by the way. After falling short last year in the top cut, both of the Snorlax users returned to improve their placements. For Niels, he went from 5th to 3rd. For Paul, he went from 3rd to the first ever Latin American world champion, with his trusty Snorlax by his side. Snorlax actually was one of the last additions to Paul's team, which he originally built around the Mega Salamence Tapu Koko synergy. But that late-breaking change was core to Snorlax's success. In Paul's own words, although it is true the overall power output was bigger in this format compared to last year's, I was convinced that Snorlax could win Worlds, with a good team that supports it, but doesn't focus entirely on it. By using Snorlax and a team that didn't focus solely on it, Paul instead gave it just enough room to succeed, as he was able to make good on that belief in Lax. Paul's Snorlax was a mono-attacking belly drum user. With no redirection on his team, he felt that both Recycle and Protect were necessary, especially with 2018's higher power level. It was also uniquely fast, with a whopping 108 speed EVs. Since Paul was running no Trick Room, he wanted to always be faster than would-be threats, such as Clear Smog Gastrodon, Minimum Speed Porygon 2 and Gothitelle, and especially Minimum Speed Incineroar. That last optimization proved incredibly important in the highest stakes match of Paul's life, his finals versus Emilio Forbes. The night before the match, Paul realized that Emilio's team was weak to Snorlax, and specifically that the Incineroar was likely minimum speed. That assumption immediately paid off in Game 1. Once Paul removed Emilio's Mega Gengar, Snorlax was given free reins to clean up the game, leading Emilio to forfeit when realizing that Incineroar was too slow to threaten Snorlax. In Game 2, Emilio used Gengar effectively to phase right through Snorlax's +6 returns, but eventually, Paul's pressure was just too much. Capped off by the Incineroar Snarl herd around the world, he won, bringing the trophy to Ecuador for the first time, and giving Snorlax its record-setting 3rd World Championship trophy. However, Snorlax would have to wait a full year until Worlds rolled around again to see any use. 2019 upped the power level yet again, introducing GS Cup rules, and though Snorlax had kept pace in the old days of Kyogre and Groudon, this landscape was too much to handle, especially considering that it had mainly been succeeding due to gluttony, not thick fat. The real problems, however, were 2 Pokemon, Xerneas and Incineroar, not because of the Xerneas matchup though. In fact, Snorlax matched up pretty well into the Deer, but with Xerneas in play, plenty of teams started packing anti-boosting strategies, whether it was Taunt, Clear Smog, or phasing. Snorlax, as another boosting Pokemon, suffered that blow just as harshly. Meanwhile, the item-reliant and Lunala metagame of 2019 shifted Incineroar sets towards one move, Knockoff, again a Snorlax nightmare. Snorlax, once the king of Sun and Moon, a recent world champion, plummeted precipitously to near 0 usage. Here I turn to stats from Aaron Traylor. By the end of VGC 2018, Snorlax was on 11% of teams, and by the end of VGC 2019 Ultra Series, Snorlax was on just 0.4% of teams. Why do I know these stats? stats? Well, because they're in the team report for Aaron's Worlds team, the team featuring Snorlax that he used to place 15th at the World Championships. On top of Aaron, 4 more players made top cut with Snorlax. Wolf finished 32nd with the same team, consisting of Mega Rayquaza, Lunala, Tapu Fini, Stakataka, and Incineroar, while Gavin Michaels, Justin Burns, and Alex Underhill took top 64 placements. Justin and Alex using their own identical team featuring Mega Ray and Solgaleo, while Gavin opted for Primal Groudon and Lunala. After a year of no Snorlax, 5 suddenly appear out of nowhere to top cut, the world's least stealthy ninjas. What gives? Well, to hear Trailer tell it, this was the result of a month-long plan, subterfuge, and the utmost secrecy, the Snorlax conspiracy. Basically,
The
Brendan
Snorlax conspiracy is so funny sounding. Shut the fuck up.
Months earlier, just off of his VGC 2018 Top 16 Worlds finish, the Ultra Series featured virtually no fighting types, and Brendan was confident that Snorlax had a place to dominate once again. But there was a caveat. Thanks to school, Brendan could barely attend a single tournament until North American Internationals, where he would need to make a run all the way to finals just in order to qualify for Worlds. Brendan asked Aaron to keep Snorlax under wraps, and Aaron, believing in his friend's ability, agreed, before bringing on Wolf Glick to help develop the team for the fateful tournament. As fate would have it, they couldn't figure out Snorlax in time. Brendan ended up dropping out of the tournament, and Aaron and Wolf went to NAIC with a different team, which Wolf proceeded to use to win the tournament. Aaron approached known Snorlax user Rajan Ball for help, only to learn his team building group had also tried to use Snorlax and also failed. Once again, Snorlax seemed doomed. Wolf and Aaron gave up on Lax for good, or so they thought. Late in the team building process, when Marcus Haman had come on board and the trio had settled on Rayquaza Lunala, they realized that Snorlax was the perfect fit not just for opposing Lunala, but Primal Kyogre as well. Just like Paul Ruiz before them, this group came to Snorlax not through building a team reliant on the Mon, but by slotting it in to solve matchup problems and provide a secondary win condition. Trailer kitted Snorlax out with a mono attacking set, one that could still beat Lunala in a stalemate thanks to PP stalling, and some speed EVs. Just in case, against all odds, there were other Snorlax at the tournament. Turns out that was a good call. Trailer's conversation with Rajan had actually inspired Alex Underhill and his fellow Smogon players to give Snorlax a try, meaning those speed EVs came in handy. Trailer finished as the highest placing Snorlax player out of 9 who brought it, and of the 5 who made day 2. And though he didn't face any other Snorlax, he could walk away with a sense of validation. I've spent some time on this story because it's a truly unique one. Though uncommon Pokemon often pop up around Worlds, it's incredibly rare to see a Pokemon take the trajectory that Snorlax did, going from World Champion to literally 0 usage to an impressive presence at Worlds. For Trailer and co, it was an important lesson about the value of hiding a team. While Snorlax did end up being a surprise, it also meant that they had less time to practically address its weaknesses. For Snorlax, it meant one more Worlds top cut, which is good news, because it would be the last time it might see that trophy again. Snorlax's new Gigantamax form was neat, but A, it was hardly the kind of Pokemon you wanted to use your Dynamax slot on, and B, the mechanic was banned early into Gen 8 anyway, so Snorlax resumed its tumble through the tiering rung, even with Gen 8's limited Pokedex, pre-DLC and everything, and even
From what I remember, unless you were like Togekiss or Gyarados using like fucking Dynamax flying move, you wasn't doing anything.
even though power creep had actually been toned down insofar as there were
Dynamax was a stupid mechanic, bro. What the fuck was that? There have been, I've won some Dynamax, I've won some Gen 7 or Gen 8 matches that, like, I will fully admit I did not deserve. I did not deserve that one.
no Megas or Z moves anymore. The lack of a generational mechanic didn't stop Snorlax from being initially unable to scrape so much as a niche in UU. It did settle into RU nicely though, much more than it had in the previous generation. Though the tier was ruled by Virizion and had plenty of other strong fighters, the general power level was such that Snorlax's bulk was sufficient to sit on much of it, and thus unleashing offense which was actually quite difficult to stop. A simple Curse Lax, whether rest or offense, was a serious pain to safely switch into and answer for any team without Jellicent or Sableye. Early Gen 8 RU was also a Gen 1er's delight, as Snorlax was seen countering the dominant Charizard on a regular basis. It was a great special wall, and actually wound up rising to UU after a while, much to RU's dismay. Though this was baffling to the UU player base, since Snorlax wasn't actually good there. It was sort of a DPP OU situation, where Snorlax seemed appealing enough to become a noob trap, and thus inflate its usage. Then the Isle of Armor came around, and the ensuing power creep dusted Snorlax something fierce. Fighters were as dominant as before, more so even, and the rest of the tier had increased in power to where Snorlax struggled to switch in against much of anything besides weak defensive Pokemon, and while its offense was still good, it wasn't worth the hassle. Fittingly, it dropped to NU, and before you get too sad about how low the mighty Snorlax had fallen, it also got banned almost immediately. It absolutely dwarfed everything in the tier with its stats. A simple Curse Lax bowled over just about everything. Choice Band also crushed most in its path, enjoying excellent new fire coverage in Heat Crash that ruined Escavalier, and unlike Fire Punch, dealt strong neutral damage elsewhere. And even Jellicent was ruined if Snorlax slapped on Toxic, just like a set it occasionally ran in Gen 2. Snorlax's new dark coverage, Darkness Lariat, was also helpful in this regard. Wait, Darkness Lariat? Does somebody say Incineroar? Anyway, in the feat of Wolf
I love seeing him spin around like that. That was kind of funny.
Wolfish Cunning, Snorlax conned its way back into RU when the Crown Tundra came around. Okay, it actually matched up quite decently into the new RU metagame, moving back into the tier 3 usage. Its Assault Vest set was particularly interesting for allowing it to unleash instant offense while sending its already strong special tanking to tremendous levels. But it was quickly revealed that Snorlax was once again better on paper than in practice, and the countdown to its fall to NU began. It took some time, but eventually it dropped to NU again, and it was banned immediately again, alongside Regidrago. This time though, it didn't last. Shortly after its ban, the NU player base campaigned for a retest, claiming they hadn't had enough time to adjust to Snorlax in this new metagame. So Snorlax was retested, and lo and behold, the player base was right. It was excellent, but the expansion of the decks had made it palatable. Its flagship Curse and Choice Band sets, especially the former, were superb, but manageable through the tier's greater power, as it was easier to wear down and thus play around, while Curse sets were less threatening before the boost. This isn't to say Curse couldn't spiral out of control though. It was still outstanding. You just had to work a little for it now, as opposed to the auto win it had been before. The trip from the fertile soils of Alola to Galar's fields did a number on the pinch berries, reducing their effectiveness to 33% and likewise cutting Snorlax's effectiveness. Without its full HP restoration post Belly Drum, Snorlax lost a huge amount of power and annoyingness as well, thanks to the decreased effectiveness of Recycle. However, Snorlax did get some compensation in the form of its Gigantamax form. Its unique move, G-Max Replenish, gave a 50% chance to renew any used berries, meaning that despite Recycle being nerfed, Snorlax could still recover, and moreover, do it while attacking. When Gigantamax, that 33% recover was still 66% HP of a regular Snorlax's HP, meaning the self-sustaining feast went on. In addition, the Dynamax factor meant Snorlax could more safely reach 25% HP when it was big, introducing Thick Fat as a viable option once again. Max moves incentivized Snorlax to use more of its coverage, such as Seed Bomb for grassy terrain recovery or Iron Head for defense boosts. With the move slot freed up from Recycle,
It's crazy that, like, I know that, you know, you're R farming basically, but it's crazy that whenever you have your giant monster get even way bigger, you're in front of it. Like, I mean, you're kind of still in front of it when it, like, after it Dynamaxes or Gigantamaxes. It's like, all right, so who's to say you're not gonna get hit too? Just
Snorlax's moveset became harder to predict. In addition to Curse versus Belly Drum, it might run any combination of Double Edge, Fire Punch, Darkness Lariat, and its other coverage, with Yawn thrown in on top to disrupt opposing Dynamaxes. Snorlax was a known threat in the early days of Sword and Shield, and not just via berries, as at the Malmo regionals, Alex Gomez and Eric Rios united, again to create a Snorlax team that landed them both in top 8, without the benefits of Replenish. This Snorlax team was adapted from the Japanese concept of Boomlax, aka the Bandit Explosion set that followed the lineage of Yusei Matsuno's 4th place Worlds team. Alex and Eric team Snorlax with 3 ghost types, Mimikyu, Dragapult, and Aegislash, dodging the explosions that cut the enemy team in half. Alexander Poole used the same team to top 8 Perth regionals. Snorlax may have been a threat, but as the series advanced and the power level increased, Snorlax fell off and failed to produce the top results it had in Sun and Moon. Players tried, but they always seemed to find themselves just on the outside of the very top, with a top 16 placement at a regional or a top 64 at OCIC. The one exception to this rule was the Players' Cup Kickoff Invitational, where 6 out of the 8 players used Snorlax. However, the tournament might actually be the proof of Snorlax's diminished power. It's because it was an invitational, all the players could bring whatever team they wanted, and 6 Snorlax players ended up placing 3rd through 8th, aka the worst possible results that 6 Snorlaxes could have. Snorlax may have packed a lot of power, but the power creep had seemingly caught up for good, and it fell out of use for all of 2020 and 2021. In 2022, a few players were able to give it some results in a double restricted metagame. In Bilbao, Frank Borachan used it on a Groudon Zacian team for a 7th place special event result, and at the Taiwan Nationals, Jiang Ting Lu took 5th, while Meng Lucie went 2nd with their takes on Snorlax. But those placements were the exception, not the rule. With the fertilizer gone from its berries, Snorlax wasn't fueled enough to compensate. Snorlax had it rough before, but it was nothing compared to the firestorm of power creep that rained down upon it in Generation 9. Theoretically, Terrasalization's ability to bypass the normal typing that had not been a benefit for it since the Bush administration should have injected some new life into Lax, but it was
What an
just
amazing
not strong or
sentence.
bulky enough for how slow
What
it
an
was.
amazing
It wasn't all
sentence.
bad at first. In fact, it started out great. It dropped to NU again, and there it was actually tremendously good because yes, a Curse Lax that could switch its type was overwhelming as it tended to have vastly different answers, and thus there was great strain in both the team builder and battling and preserving such checks, especially since this Terra type could differ so vastly. You definitely weren't going to beat it with fighters though, with how much it enjoyed all of Terra Fairy, Poison, and Ghost. Poison was especially nice since it allowed it to be toxic immune without using immunity as its ability and instead maintaining Thick Fat's excellent fire and ice resist. As such, Snorlax found itself banned from NU, which was quite a triumph, but it preceded its hardest fall yet. With the final DLC expansion and the player bases increasing a customization to playing around a Pokemon which was incredibly Terra reliant, Snorlax would rarely do much without it, as it was to be expected of its bland typing in the most power crept gen yet. Players realized that, though it could be a pain if they let it get going, all the tools were there to prevent it from doing so. Given that it wasn't only completely reliant on setup, but so ridiculously slow that preventing said setup was such a cinch. More and more, Snorlax was becoming the worst thing you could have on your team. Dead weight. It wasn't immediately apparent at first, as that bulk means it can switch in pretty decently, and thus you think it's doing something, but it winds up not offering much of anything in terms of actually striking back at the opponent. As such, Snorlax couldn't get by even in NU anymore. Oh no, you think, Snorlax became a PU Pokemon. What desolate, despairing depths it had dropped to. But don't worry, it's actually much worse than that. You'd think that even with power creep being as Looney Tunes as it was, the idea of cursed Snorlax and PU would be absurd, and it would get banned. So at least it'd have the fun beating the daylights out of the tier. Yet no, that wasn't quite what happened. Okay, so Snorlax was quote-unquote merely an elite PU Pokemon. Nope, not that either. It wasn't even good. It wasn't even okay. Snorlax was outright mediocre in PU. The most you could say for it was that theoretically on a good day, classic Curslax could maybe threaten, but you would much rather say this than actually bring it to battle. Snorlax did not match up against PU's finest at all, what with all the Palma and Hisuian Decidueye and Blaze Paladin Tauros running around. And even these fighters aside, pretty much every Pokemon in the tier, whether they were decent, good, or great, could threaten or stifle it in some way. Plus, even if Snorlax did hit the field, it wasn't doing much in return.
Damn, you hate to see a goat fall off.
So what did this mean? Well, friends, we've come a long way from the day where Snorlax was the only way to even kind of safely answer Snorlax. Now everything countered it so easily that you didn't even bother with it in the lowest tier of all. That's right, Snorlax was so meager at best in PU, it saw very, very, very little usage in the tier. You know where this is going, but for those who don't, and even for those that do, it will be painful to hear this. As a result, its non-existent viability and thus usage in PU, Snorlax fell out of the tier and became classified as untiered. Not only
You hate to see your goat fall off, but honestly, that kind of fits Snorlax. It's a bear, but I mean, it's a lazy bear. You know what I'm saying? Like, just a lazy bear. Oh, what's it do? Nothing? Well, that makes sense.
leaving it without an official singles tier, but meaning that it is actively recommended to not use it in any metagame. It remains there to this day. It was a brutal end to Snorlax's competitive tenure, but hopefully Gen 10 will redeem it somehow. The berry nerfs of Gen 8, as well as the continued increase in power level, kept Snorlax hungry and hunting for relevance. A few players have attempted to make it work over the course of Scarlet and Violet with a score of different sets, sometimes Thick Fat, sometimes Gluttony, Belly Drum, sometimes Yawn, sometimes even Fissure, but Snorlax has never been more than a footnote in any regulation. That said, it does have two results worth mentioning, if only because of how offbeat they were. Both come from a unique blend of Trick Room abusing Psy-Spam teams, featuring Indeedee and Armor Rouge. In Regulation F, Alan Gabriel took 13th at the 223-player Sao Paulo Regional with his take on Snorlax, which ran Belly Drum, Rock Slide, Earthquake, and Body Slam, along with good old Gluttony and a Pinch Berry. But it wasn't a healing pinch that Alan opted for. It was a blast from the much more distant past, the Custap Berry that Kazuyuki Tsuji had used to win that very first VGC Worlds back in 2009. With Gluttony, Custap activates at 50% HP, meaning that immediately after using Belly Drum, Alan's Snorlax would go first and drop a Terra Rock boosted Rock Slide on the competition. After that, the Trick Room setup meant that if Lax lived, it could keep attacking with its spread and stab moves, be it Rock Slide, Body Slap, or Earthquake. Daniel Becerra snatched this strategy for LAIC to place top 32 using the exact same Snorlax on a slightly different team. Otherwise though, Snorlax couldn't even muster a top 32 finish, and if anything, the admittedly off-the-wall nature of that set shows just the lengths you have to go to these days to make it work. But don't let those fallow recent years trick you. Despite only really being relevant for 5 or 6 years, Snorlax has won 3 World Championships, a tie for the most of any Pokemon, and ranks 16th in World's top cuts of the 162 Pokemon to ever make it that far at a World Championship. For now, Snorlax rests, but we've seen what happens when it finishes its power nap. And now we can answer the question, how great was Snorlax actually? Well, for a time, it was one of the most elite competitive Pokemon of all. It was practically synonymous with the concept, in the first 3 generations being called the Snorlax gens in retrospect, where it regularly dueled with itself in standard play and Mewtwo and Ubers. However, with the major power creep of Gen 4 and onwards, Snorlax's early gen style toolkit, normal typing and all, quickly became outdated. It reinvented itself in Gen 5, reigning over UU, but from there on out, it was a lower tier Pokemon, and even there it struggled, dropping further and further, culminating in Gen 9 seeing it become unfit for even PU. Still, Snorlax has achieved some of the highest peaks of any competitive Pokemon. Its exploits in Gen 2 alone are of course peerless, but even its Gen 1 performance is far above that of most competitive careers combined. And even in its so-called worst dominant Gen 3, it was still a major force. And like we said, it's also proved itself to be a force in repeated generations of VGC. There's only one other 3-time World Championship Pokemon. Ultimately, Snorlax's competitive career was a massive success.
Yay, Snorlax! Dude, I love looking at...
Thank you so much to our platinum patrons. Thank you to Amphozenus, Alex.
All right, so like, that's the video right here in chat. If you don't already like and subscribe to him, I mean, I say like the video. I say sub to the person. I like their videos. I like learning more about Pokemon metagame stuff. I think it's pretty cool. If you don't already sub to him, I mean, like, if you like follow me, I mean, I think you follow this person, right? I mean, I would imagine. Fucking until then, now let's listen to some music. We just moving, we moving. Ooh, I'm thinking about after stream. Nah, we're about to watch like Kamen Rider Predicure. Yeah, I'm making curry. I'm gonna make the quickest curry of my life. I got the ingredients prepped up, you know. I just gotta put it in the pan. Oh, did I open a pack of cards today? Wait a minute. TCG Pocket. Oh my God, did I open a pack of cards today, brother? I did. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna open this one pack. Like, I'll describe it. I'm not gonna like pop it on screen. It's just one. Last time we got like a full art Eevee, a full art Eevee EX. Like, what was it? Not full art, but immersive art. All right, we got a Bounce Sweets, Sableye, Cincino, Mincino, and Penny. All right, that was a mid pack, but we got Cincino and Mincino in one pack. That was kind of cute. Oh, for anyone who wants it, there's an EV match breakout in TCG Pocket. So do with that information as you will. Yeah. Not it? Oh, happens. Okay, maybe, mayhaps. This would be cool. This would be cool. I'm just saying, it'd be nice. It'd be nice. It'd be okay. All right.
So break through it all and don't look down. You won't regret. There's a fire in you never dies. It comes around to light the flame. They'll know your name. Burn into the memory.
You know, Sonic Frontiers is so much better because like they could have been like 2010 Sonic, where it was like, hey, look, let's be super ironic and look into the camera going, this is ridiculous, am I right, fellas? They could have been like that, tongue-in-cheek jokes and shit like that. Which every now and again, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, it's okay, I guess. But it'd have been such a worse game if they were just like not to believe in their world, not to believe in their circumstances, not to believe in what's going on here, and just filled it with just nothing but irony. It's such a better world for them to just believe in their world, their circumstances, like their surroundings, for them just to look at it and be like, this is what's happening. We got to deal with this. Every now and again, MCU Deadpool-ass humor is nice, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's only once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon is fine. But it's so nice just to be so fucking raw about your goddamn world. I think that's why I like Kamen Rider and Pretty Cure and whatnot so much. Anything Tokusatsu, because they just believe in the world. They're like, yeah, this is what's happening. We gotta deal with that. I can turn into a karate bug man by, doing a certain little dance, using my little belt. That's happening. We have to deal with that now. What are we doing about that? All right, we got 9 minutes. 9 minutes, and I'm gonna click out. 9 minutes. That's the 9. Oh, we're also watching Kamen Rider and Pretty Cure. Goddamn. I would like to throw some Ray Earth episodes in there, but it's like, we can just watch them with next weekend. It's fine. It's fine. And this is it. 20 subs for chat. Okay, all right. Yeah, fine. That's fine. Okay, it needs to come now. Perfect number. All right, perfect number did not happen. Perfect number percent did not happen. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep doing this until everyone hops into the Discord, into movie night, so we can watch Kamen Rider and whatnot. Until I see perfect attendance, we will continue the game. We will continue the game. My goal right now, 5,000. Cause yeah, I put a ping out. We're getting ready to watch Kamen Rider and Pretty Cure. So like, you know, hop in, tap the fuck in, dude. Tap in, bro. Oh, sure. I forgot this song was on the playlist. Mega Man 8. Yeah, you know. This is like the neuron activation, dog. This is like one of the best fucking. Hey, there's a boss fight right there. Oh, you know it's a really good one? Hang on. I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up right now. Is this it? No, that's not it. It's Mega Man Battle Network 3. Network is spreading internet. Is that it? No. Is this it? No, that's not it. It's Mega Man Battle Network 3's like, hey, there's a boss fight right there. You should probably get ready for that shit. It's that one. That one's a really good one. I can't find it though. You wanna know the truth? That's not it. Network is spreading. Like, the boss thing's also pretty fucking good, too. Oh, no, this boss thing goes so fun. I said Battle Network 3. Are you serious? I forgot. I can't remember. I don't know how to describe it. It's like the before battle theme. Wait, hang on. Give me a second. I think I figured something out. Hold. Boss intro. Is that it? Did I get it right? Boss battle? Fuck. I mean, the boss battle's still really good. It's still really fucking good. Fucking yeah, oh, yeah. So nostalgic, dude. Yeah. He's still coming out of the scenes in this thing. Ooh, I got another boss theme. Hold up. This is not it. We reset. Reset, okay. Mega Man Star Force 2 boss theme. That is 25 minutes. I'm not listening to that song for 25 minutes right now. Right now. Like later, yes, because it's gas. But right now, nah, maybe not. Oh. Baller ass theme. Baller ass boss fight. I don't think there's a single boss fight in Star Force 3 that was like, this one, fuck. Hate this one. Nah, they were all good. They were all really good, man. The boy's looking at me. Boy, I love you. I'm gonna get Cody a snack right quick. I'll be back. You want a snack? I got him another birthday pop. All right, we got 29 more attempts. Okay, who thinks we're gonna get it before 5,000? Who thinks we're gonna get it before 5K? I'll say it. It'd be nice. 4,987. Okay, all right, yeah. Oh, dude, there's versus Jevil. I see one Jebel remix. Oh, Jebel remix. Jebel fans in chat. Rise up. It's already hilarious. I love it. I mean, 20 more attempts. It could happen. Crazier things have happened before. We got 7 more attempts to Kaio's guess. That was nice. Big fan. Big fan. Hold, is this it? Is it? Can it be it? Can it be it? Well, we resetting. Hold. Well. All right, next up is Kyle's. Well, this isn't Kyle's guess. Hey, give me a second. No, wait. Wait, I fucked up. I mean, this could still be it, though. Okay, hold. Editor's guess might just happen. The editor's guess might just happen. We could have a clear editor guess moment. Imagine. Okay, we could have a editor guess moment right here. A once in a every now and again, I guess, maybe lifetime, editor guess occurrence. Hold. That'd have been so fucking cool though, man. Goddamn. You could have put that shit on your goddamn job resume, man. Goddamn. Well, guess I'll die. Well, it's been nice knowing you.
Shotgun.
I'm kidding. I'm so kidding. Ten more attempts. 10 more attempts. Can it happen? Can it happen? Not more attempts. Okay. I mean, we got 10 more attempts. 10 more attempts to come through. We got... Wait, I'm sorry. We got 8 more attempts. We have 8 more attempts. Fuck, we got 10 more attempts. I'll say 10 more attempts. 10 more attempts for everybody. We'll stop at 5,002. $5,002 is our stopping point. Can we get it? Not that time, but we got more attempts. Not a fan of round numbers. Fuck round numbers. We got 5,002. Huh. Where did everything go? Help! Help! This ain't it. Oh, we got 8 more attempts. We got 7 more attempts. 6 more attempts. Hey, Cody. Oh my god, hey, Cody. I love you. Oh my god. Hey, Cody. Ultra rare, SSR. Super shiny dog. I love you. So good. We love you, boy. You gonna give me good luck? You gonna give me good luck? Who gonna give me good luck? Who's gonna give me good luck? Ah! 5 more attempts! Oh. I'm already lucky because I got you. Oh. I'm already lucky because I got you. I'm the luckiest person ever. You're so cute. Ultra rare dog incoming. He's right here. He's right here. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Full art Cody. Oh my god. Immersive art Cody. Three more attempts. We got 3 more attempts. $4,999. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Look at that number right there. My God. We're at 5,000 attempts. We have 2 more attempts before the night's over. I also got like some of Cody's fur in my mouth. How the fuck did I have? How did you? God damn it, boy. God damn it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Cody, fucking bitch. Oh, I love you so much. Ah, goddamn. We have 1 more attempt. 1 more attempt for the night. If I get it right here, I will give chat 10 subs. Right here, right now. Would have been cool. Would have been cool. All I'm saying is, we move. It would have been cool. It would have been cool. It would have been cool. God fucking well. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, it would have been cool. You know, we'll give it 1 more. We'll give it 1 more. We didn't move. We didn't move, man. We didn't move. Didn't move. I was coming out the seams in that hole, dog. Still didn't move. Bitch, y'all busting out the seams. But you know, we'll give it 1 more. We will give it 1 more. Uno más, uno más, uno más, uno más, uno más. Not it. We will give it 2 more. 5,005. Yeah, we'll give it 2 more. We'll give it 2 more. All right, 2 more. Hold. We can give it 2 more. Hey, look. I'm still down with it though. Hey, look. I'll still say 10 subs. 10 subs for chat. If the next 2 is the shiny Darkrai, I will give chat 10 subs. I'll still do it. Shiny Darkrai, what you got? Nah, nothing. Okay, all right. So we got 1 more shot. We got 1 more shot. It's all good. It's all good. Hey, look, can I get it though? That'd be kind of nice. That'd be not. It'd be nice. It'd be nice. Hold. We could get it. I mean, 10 subs could be awarded to chat. Nah. This is, my God. This is turning into, It's quite the shiny hunt, I tell you that much. Oh, I fucked up. This could be it now. This could be it. I don't know. I meant to turn it off in a different way, like, just, hit the power button instead of like LR start and select. Oopsie doodle, my bad. So we got one more chance to make it right. One more chance. You know what? Let's get to since we're already here, 5,010. Four more. We got 4 more. 5,010. I think that's a neat number. It's a neat number. We didn't move, but it's possible. We could move. This could happen. I mean, I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. No, it's fine. We got 3 more attempts. 4 more attempts. Oh, 4 more attempts. I like the mods. Oh, wait. 3 more attempts. My fault. I forgot. My fault. It's 3 more attempts. 3 more attempts. I forgot to press the button. That was my bad. We have 3 more attempts. Oh, this could be it. And I'm not going back. I mean, 10 subs for chat if these last 2 are is the shiny. These last 2 are the shiny. Hey, look, 10 subs for chat. Y'all know me. I'm silly. I'm a little silly with my bread. I will just pay out right now. It'd be crazy. Be a little goofy, little silly, a little fucked up even. That's not it. All right, we have 1 more attempt. 1 more attempt for this to be shiny, and it'd be nice if it was. I'm just saying, it'd be really cool if it was. Holy fuck! Because I mean, like, y'all know me. I'm not giving up until it happens. Because we might not get it today, and we didn't. We might not get it today. I'll go for one more. Una mas. Let's go gambling. We might not get it today. That's whatever. It happens. Hey, it happens. But we gonna get it. We gonna get it. Hey, look, we riding around and we get it. You know what I'm saying? It happens. Hey, look. 5,011 attempts, and we didn't get it yet. That's fine. Wish we had moved. It'd have been nice. It'd have been nice if we moved. Hit him with that moving out too nonsense. We didn't get it, but it's fine. Because we got 1 more, baby. 1 more in the tank. I got 1 more in me. I got one more in me. I got one more in me. One more. This is it. Do we got the shiny? What happens? What happens right now? What's going on? What's up? What's good? Nothing. 5,012. 5,012 attempts. That's impressive. That's it though. Hey, this has been a good stream though. I went on for a little longer than I planned. I did kind of want to stay up until 1. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of wanted to. We're gonna watch like Kamen Rider and GG's. Hey, GG's everybody, GG's. We're gonna watch the Kamen Rider and Pretty Cure Idol in the chat though, or in the Discord. In the Discord, not in chat. Hell no. I toy with half my head. Anyways, hey, again, it's been nice, it's been fun, but it is Betty Bye time. Bro. Thank y'all so much for coming out. I really do appreciate it. It's been a very fun stream. I'll be back live again this coming up Friday at 4 p.m. Mountain Time. I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking about like playing fucking Uma Musume for like a couple hours in the morning, every day in the morning, and like just doing dailies and races and shit like that. And because it's a very funny game, but I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. I'll be back live again 4 p.m. Mountain Time. I know that for sure. We'll do some. I'm pretty sure we're gonna do art. I don't know. I have to figure it out. If anything, let me find someone to raid. I'm just gonna say, I'm pretty sure like Harper is live. You know, while we wait, I'm gonna go for one more attempt. What if I went for this last attempt and we got it? Could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine? Oh my god. The attempt of a lifetime, brother. Because I'll go for it. Y'all know me. I'm silly. I'm a little silly with it. Looks like Harper's live though. We'll go over and raid him. Hey, this is it. 10 subs for Harper. This is it. Fuck. All right. Oh, raid message. Hang on. Oh, let me see. What's it called? Slash raid. All right, the raid has been created. Again, thank y'all so much for coming out. This has been very fun. I like watching videos with y'all. I really do. I really fucks with the vibe. I really like, I don't know, I hope that y'all like sub to the people who I like, you know, recommended or whatever. Fuck. Harper's ending stream. Fucking bitch. Cancel. Goddamn. Shit, fuck. I'm gonna go for another one. You know what? Fuck it. We're already here. We're going for another one. Fuck it. Hey, fuck it. I gotta find someone else. Goddamn. We didn't. Okay, I started over wrong. I started over incorrectly. I'm gonna do it again. God damn it. I'm hooked on these attempts, man. I don't know what to tell you. Inject this shit right into my veins. All right, this is it. I will gift Rayon 5 subs off stream. 5 off subs. Yeah, well, there it is. Never mind. I'm doing it again. Fuck it. All right, but for real this time, for real. I'm gonna find, let me try and find someone to raid. We got, cause Harper's usually like a go-to for me, not gonna lie to y'all. We can go with Neba. I can't remember who recommended me to Neba, but Neba also plays, Pokemon, so, oh, they're sleeping. Wait, are they sleeping? I'm not. I think they're. I'm not sure. Stream together. We're resting after Mecha Monkey. Congratulations. We're gonna rate them. Lee's going through the 5 stages of grief. Look, I'm okay. I'm. We're gonna reset. And honestly, I'll go for another attempt while we look for someone to. No, they're sleeping. God fucking damn it. God dang it. We got. Fuck! We got a missed attempt. And they hypnosis me? Fuck you. What the hell? Fuck it, we're gonna rate them. It'd be really funny if they're sleeping and they just like, oh shit, I missed the rate. Goddamn. Nebanatsuki, I can't hear them, but I'm pretty sure something's going. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, we're going to Neba's stream. Wait. All right, we're going to Nevers. Again, thank you so much for coming out. I really do appreciate it. Sorry about the long-awaited raid. My fault. I'll be back live again this coming up Friday with some, pretty sure some art. At 4 p.m. Mountain Time. Yeah. Is it it? Is this it? Is this it? Yeah? Yeah? Alright, well, you know, fair enough. Good rest. Yeah, I'm gonna be watching like Pretty Cure and Kamen Rider in Discord. If you want to join me, type exclamation mark Discord for access to Discord. Yeah, that's the stream. I will see y'all later. And I will cut out with this one last attempt, which is totally not gonna be it. I'll see you later. Good night. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye. 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 Aw.